What's up, party people? I want to come in. I'm late today, but it kind of is what it is because I had to do some work. Like, I needed to work today. So we got about an hour and a half. And we're going to spend this time looking at what happened after lunch on yesterday. So, come through, Taylor Gang. Come through. Good morning. Good morning, Tyler. Good morning, LaRon. Good morning. We just now. Good morning, Robin. We are going to have a beautiful day. It's so muggy outside. We're getting ready to get snow. I don't think the kids gonna have school tomorrow, so just pray for me. Pray for your girl because they know how to get on my nerves. They really do. So if you don't know, we didn't get to finish watching the trial together on yesterday. Good morning, Bama girl. We didn't get to finish watching together yesterday. So we're going to spend the next hour and a half catching up or rewatching what went on yesterday. Court is supposed to start at wait a minute. They got court starting at 11:30 in 30 minutes. So I don't know how much we're gonna get through. Here. But we're just gonna start rewatching from yesterday. Also, y'all, a new trial started today. It's the Twisted. What are they calling it? Lauren Crime is calling it Twisted. Twisted Secrets M Murder Trial. I want to watch that. This is about Zachary Hughes. He's been charged with allegedly stabbing his a veterinary technician, Kristen Parcell, to death. In South Carolina. And I want to watch that one, y'all. I want to watch that one. So I think ASAP Rocky may wrap up today. If not today, Thursday. Remember, there is no court for ASAP tomorrow. So we are most definitely watching Twisted Secrets. If we don't get to it today, we most definitely gonna get to it tomorrow. Good afternoon. And that's just what it is. So let me just go ahead and hit the play button so we can watch this for the next little 20 minutes or so. And then when court starts, we're just going to be back on it. I'm going to put a little sauce on it. Y'all drop the sauce emoji in the chat. I'm going to put a little sauce on it. So if it's too much sauce, just let me know.
Can you be later?
I can't be later.
All right. Tomorrow, I told you, we'll break at 3. We will break at 3.
Because we should be.
Try. All right, we are now back on the record. All jurors, counsel, and parties are present. Defense,
thank you. The defense calls Lewis Levin. Across the face of the around there. Stop around there. Raise your right hand for us. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give the cause not pending before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Witness stand there. Feel free to adjust the microphone and state and spell your name for the record.
Lewis Levin, Louis Levin.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. Levin.
Good afternoon.
Do you go by any other name than Lewis Levin?
Yes, ASAP Lou.
Okay. Mr. Levin, in anticipation of the prosecution's questions later, would you ever commit perjury to defend Rocky?
No.
Would you ever commit perjury for anyone?
No.
Do you understand the significance of the oath you take today?
Yes, I do.
And do you take that oath seriously?
Yes.
Is this your first time testifying?
It is.
What do you do for a living?
I'm Rocky's tour manager. I also DJ and I have a clothing brand.
And what are your responsibilities as Rocky's tour manager?
Just doing the routing for the shows, make sure that the production staff is hired, the production is right, he gets there on time, just to have a successful and good show.
Okay. And in addition to touring, are you also involved in Rocky's music videos?
Yes, I am.
What does that involve?
Sometimes I'm featured in the videos, but most of the time I'm there to like help manage directors, producers, assistants, props, light, anything, just kind of helping out.
Okay. And how long have you worked with Rocky?
Since 2010.
When did you first meet him?
I met him in 2010 at a concert in Brooklyn.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I was.
Relevant just to overall. You can answer.
Yes, I was actually a fan in the crowd, and I was a fan for him for a while, and I was in the crowd. He picked me out of the crowd and said, like, you're hype, I like your energy, come up on stage. Went up on stage, and then after that, went backstage. You met him, 12E, Bari, Ills, just all these guys.
And did you begin working with Rocky at that time?
Not right away. It was a couple months after. It was either later in 2010 or early 2011.
And what was your first position with Rocky?
I was his assistant first.
What did that involve?
Just like assistant tasks, make sure he's up on time, he makes his meetings, phone calls, he eats, his bags are packed, he's prepared for the day.
Okay. And was there a time where you switched positions? You stopped doing that?
Yeah, I did that for about 3-4 years, and then I started being his tour DJ, and like when he did after bars or clubs, his DJ for that as well.
Okay. And when did you start becoming his tour manager?
I would say 2017, 2018, somewhere around there.
Okay. Now, in addition to the work you do for Rocky, have you held any other jobs?
Well, yeah, I DJ and I have a clothing brand. I DJ on my own. Yeah.
And how large are the venues that you DJ for?
It varies. I've done like festivals with a few thousand people. I've done smaller private events, like club events. It varies, but I've done international, domestic. I traveled for a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned that you met ASAP 12. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the first show I met Rocky.
And what's your relationship been like with 12?
It's been good. I would consider him a close friend.
And did you ever meet someone known as ASAP Rocky?
Yes.
And what's your relationship been like with him?
Over the years, it's always kind of been up and down. It would be times where like we were good, and then like a week later, he would text me or call me and say, "Fuck you, you're a bitch, you're a faggot."
Overall, you can answer.
He would text me and just be aggressive, like "Fuck you, I want to fuck you up when I see you. You're a bitch, you're a faggot." But then a week later, say, "Hey, I miss you. We should hang out." Like it's been like that ever since I've known him. Really.
What's your understanding as to why it's been like that?
Your Honor, that's a college speculation. It's also relevant in perspective too.
What's your understanding as to why it's been that way?
What's your understanding? What
What's your understanding as to why it's been that way?
the objection state?
Okay. Ms. Levin, do you have any experience with firearms?
Yes, I do.
And are you licensed to possess firearms?
Yes, I.
When did you get licensed?
In 2020,
And why?
it was COVID times, and it was pretty crazy. There's a lot of like home invasions. There's a lot of people getting robbed. There's a lot of violence going on, and I just felt the need to have something in my house to protect myself.
Okay. And what firearms, if any, do you own?
I own a Smith & Wesson M&P9. I own a Glock 42. I own a 12-gauge shotgun and an AR-15.
What caliber is the Glock 42?
It's .380.
Now, what do you do with those firearms?
Take them to the shooting range, keep them in my house. So,
Okay. And do you consider yourself knowledgeable about guns?
yeah, I would say so.
Are you personally aware whether or not Rocky's been the victim of prior violence?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell us about that knowledge?
I know he was jumped in a club in 2018. His face was cut.
Motion's right, the answer. Hold on, sorry. He can testify to what he has observed relating to that. If anything has been told to him, that would be an investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with that instruction, are you personally aware of anything that you observed in terms of past violence against Rocky?
Yeah, that I personally observed. He has home invasions and stalker.
And can you tell us about the stalker?
The stalker has actually gotten into his home before. I saw the security footage, and I've actually encountered her in person before, like just following me around.
Okay. And when's the last time there was an incident with the stalker?
It was Memorial Day 21.
Around May of 2021?
I would say yes.
Now, do you know of any security measures that Rocky took in response to these incidents?
Yes, he started getting security guard to sit outside his house for 24 hours, and he started carrying a property.
I'm gonna object, the Black Foundation. How do you know that? What do you know about the security company and the department?
I physically saw them, both the property and the security company, and I
Objection withdrawn, the objection's withdrawn. All right, the objection's withdrawn. Ask no.
Thank you. So what's your understanding of what property is?
it's a proppant is something that looks like a real gun. It doesn't fire projectiles. It makes the same noise. It looks like it. It's just, like I said, it doesn't actually shoot anything out of it.
I think you just answered this, but you personally involved in Rocky's decision to carry the property.
Security, I thought would be a good idea.
Why?
Well, because of the prior violence, it just a non-lethal form, like just self-defense.
Okay. Now, you said you worked with Rocky on music videos. Did any of them involve pop guns?
Yes.
Which was the most recent one?
DMV.
And where was that music video made?
It was made in New York.
Who were the main characters in that video?
Rocky.
Do you know where Rocky got the prop gun and the carry from?
Yes, he got it from that video shoot.
How do you know that?
I was on set and I handled it there.
You see it tape?
I did see him take it, yes.
When was the DMV music video recorded?
July 2021.
So about a month or two after that May 2021 incident with the assaulter?
Correct.
Now, after the DMV video, how do you know that Rocky carried that prop gun?
I personally saw him and I handled it.
Did you see Rocky with it on November 6th, 2021?
I did, yes.
Where were you when you saw it?
We were at in Long Beach at ComplexCon. We had rehearsals that day for the show, which was the next day, the 7th. During rehearsals, he does like a dress rehearsal where he gets on stage and runs around and rehearses his performance. While he was running around, he handed me the prop gun to hold, so it was safe for me.
And based on what you've seen and heard, did Rocky hide from his friends the fact that he carried that prop gun?
Not just close friends, though.
And how do you know that?
It was known by everyone. I mean, it was known that everyone knew. Like his close friend circle, everybody knew that he carried a prop gun.
Have you ever seen Rocky carry a real firearm in public?
Not in public, no.
Now, the prop gun that you've been talking about, what type is it, or was it?
It was a Glock 26.
And did you ever do anything to that prop gun to modify it?
Yes. I added this thing on the side of it called a clip draw, and what that is essentially it lays flush to the slide, and it allows you to put it in your waistband more securely, so if you have to carry it out. And then I also added a clear extended magazine on it.
And why did you put the clear extended magazine on it?
Well, the Glock 26 is a small, like, subcompact gun. The whole point of him carrying this was to make it look intimidating, to kind of scare people off that would try to harm him. So having the clear magazine and extended magazine made it look a little bit more intimidating.
To your knowledge, did there come a point where Rocky stopped carrying that prop gun?
Yes, it was after November 6th.
Objection Foundation in terms of how he knows this, can we get Foundation? How do you know?
Oh, because I was part of the decision. He gave it to me. He gave it to me after.
And why was that decision made?
That's gonna call for speculation, what's firsthand knowledge. Overruled.
The decision was made because, like I said, he carried it to deter violence, and then on November 6th, after the incident, it obviously didn't work, and he decided to get actual armed security. He didn't want to carry it anymore.
Do you know what happened to that prop gun?
Yes, I brought it back to New York.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so after he gave it back to me, January, I believe, next year, 2022, I flew back to New York with it, and I gave it to the co-director that we got from.
When you said you gave it to him in New York, how did you get to New York with the prop gun?
Oh, we took a private jet.
Now, do you know if Rocky was licensed to possess firearms in 2021?
That's gonna end call for your say.
Okay. Do you know if Rocky owned firearms in 2021?
And that's also Lex Foundation was asking what you know, to see.
You can answer.
Yes, he did.
And what firearms did he own?
It was a Desert Eagle 44 Magnum and an AR-10 rifle.
And are they designed to accommodate 9mm caliber ammunition?
No, it's not.
Have you ever been to Rocky's home?
Yes,
How often?
many times.
And have you ever seen firearms ammunition?
Yes.
Did you ever plan on going to a shooting range with Rocky?
Yeah, we did. It was in the summertime of 21, I would say July, August, somewhere around there.
And what preparations did you make in order to go?
So I came to his place first with my both of my pistols, my handguns, and while we were there, I was oiling the guns up and loading the magazines, and also calling around the shooting ranges to try to secure like a private area, a private room.
Why did you do that? Why were you looking for a private room?
Well, because of who he is, he's a celebrity, and we just didn't want to cause a commotion going there. And usually when we go out places, we try to get a private room. But
In this instance, did you actually end up going to the shooting range?
no, we couldn't secure anything. Everything was booked out. There's nothing was available that day.
So what did you do instead?
Just hung out at this place. We had a couple drinks, talk, bullshit.
Did you go home that night?
I did.
And did you bring your weapons and ammunition back with you?
I did not.
Why not?
because I had a couple drinks. I didn't think it'd be wise to travel with my firearms.
Did you go back to Rocky's house to retrieve your belongings at some point?
Yeah, the next day I did.
And at that time, did you take everything with you?
I took everything except for one magazine. It was a Glock 43 magazine.
Okay. Now, do you own a Glock 43?
I did not.
All right. So why did you have a Glock 43 magazine?
So when I purchased my Glock 42, and I was at the gun shop buying accessories for it, more magazines, I had to mistakenly grab the Glock 43 magazine. When you're in the store, everything is like right next to each other. So it's the Glock section. It's all of the list, the 17, 19, it's all the accessories. They were right next to each other, and I grabbed it mistakenly. I didn't realize until that day that I mistakenly grabbed it.
And I want to show you what's in evidence is Exhibit 40. Give us Exhibit 40. 40B. Direct your attention to this right here.
Yes.
For the record, you wanted to there appears to be a handgun magazine with a photo of other magazines and rounds on the job. Was that electronic photo? That's right. Okay, let's look. I just wanted to. What is that?
That's my Glock 43 magazine.
Is this magazine ever used?
No.
Can you tell that from looking at the picture?
Personally, I guess, because I own firearms and I own other magazines. Usually it has wear marks on the side of it from going in and out of the pistol of the firearm. So that one has nothing on it. It's clearly brand new. It's just loaded.
The I want to show you what's in evidence equals Exhibit 42.
You don't have to take them all out, we'll stipulate the numbers you like.
Let's do this. Can you zoom in on it? Away. Okay. Let me do this. Yeah. So I want to go with this cartridge. Tell me where how's that.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a 6-hour 9mm cartridge. It's mine.
Is that the ammunition that you left at Rocky's house?
Correct, yes.
The one that, excuse me, ammunition that was contained in that magazine that we just saw?
That's correct.
By the way, going back to the magazine, when you realized it was the wrong one, why didn't you turn?
It's a $20 magazine. It would have cost more in gas to go there back and forth in my time.
Okay. All right, I want to show you what's evidence is Defense Exhibit CC. So look, you see the other two shell casings on the right?
Yes.
Can you see the imprint on the bottom of those shell casings? Can you make it out?
Yes.
And what do they say? What's the imprint?
FC 9mm Luger.
Okay, can you tell us what brand these casings are?
That's Federal.
Okay. And the cartridges on the left, are those the cartridges that you just saw?
Yeah, the one you just handed me.
Okay, that's the 9mm ammunition that you left in Rocky's house?
Correct.
Okay, and what brand is that?
6-hour.
So are these 9mm shell casings on the right the same brand as your 9mm ammunition on the left?
They're not.
They're not reconverted.
Mr. Levin, as you sit here today, do you consider yourself to be an unbiased witness?
Yes, I do.
So do you agree that you come in to your testimony today, looking at the defendant as basically a brother, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that you do not want to see him convicted in this case, agree?
Well, I've already facing 24 years. I don't want to see him go to jail for 24 years.
Your Honor, please advise the jury that that is not correct statement.
Ask the question.
Did you not understand the question that I asked?
Can you please rephrase it?
So I'm going to ask you going forward, sir. I want you to answer the question I asked, and only that question, and not add anything that you want to add. The attorney who called you will have a chance to get up here and redirect and to ask you anything that he wants to ask. Do you understand that?
Yes, I apologize. Can you please rephrase it?
My question is, isn't it true, sir, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted, do you?
I believe in the judicial system. Anyone who's committed a crime and is guilty and found guilty by a jury should pay for their crime.
I'm going to ask you again, sir. Given your close relationship with the defendant, isn't it true that you do not want him to be convicted in this case? Yes or no?
I can't really answer that. I don't know the details, full details of the case. I can't accurately answer that. I'm sorry.
You would agree that you have a, addition to your personal relationship, you have a financial relationship with the defendant, correct?
Not significant.
Well, wait a minute, you're a store manager, correct?
Yeah, the past 2-3 years, he barely toured.
Well, if he tours, would you expect him to be a store manager?
When he tours, yes.
And when he tours, that can be very financially lucrative for the defendant and for anybody else who is associated with it, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So you would agree, sir, you have a financial interest in the defendant being able to continue to tour where you can be his store manager, is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you ask again?
Sure. Would you agree that you have a future financial interest in the defendant being able to perform a tour?
Yes, but it's not the majority of my income.
That's not what I asked.
Everything after you guess is for.
I apologize, sorry.
Are you aware of the defendant having toured in Bangkok?
In Bangkok?
Yeah.
Yes.
When did that happen?
Last year in November, I believe we did the show.
In fact, you're aware that this trial was delayed, so he could tour,
Well,
correct?
sustained, the objection sustained.
You just told me he rarely tours anymore. He just toured in Bangkok a couple of months ago, correct?
I wouldn't consider that a tour. A tour is multiple shows. That was one show. It was a one-off show.
Did you go?
Of course I did, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, you got paid for going, right?
Yes.
So do you agree that you have a financial interest in the defendant continuing to be able to tour?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to keep that. Yes.
So how much of your income, I'm not asking you what you make,
Mhm.
but what percentage of your income is either directly or indirectly related to the defendant?
Currently, I would say 30%.
And what was it previously?
Previously, when
Well, so you said currently it's 30%, you agree.
like I said, it varies. It depends on how much he's toured. So when he tours, I can't accurately tell you because that's years ago when he was actually touring.
When he was actually touring, you were making more money, is that correct?
Well, yeah, the more shows we do, the more I make.
And in fact, when you were his assistant, that's what he paid you, correct?
I'm sorry. When I was an assistant, I got paid, yes.
And that was your primary source of income, correct?
In 2010, yeah, that was.
So historically, the defendant has been an extremely important source of income for you, is that right?
Yes, he opened the door for me to have other opportunities aside from working directly from him to be able to further benefit financially. So I DJ on my own, like I said, not with him. I travel on my own. And recently, for the past couple of years, that's been the majority source of my income, yes.
And in terms of you being able to establish yourself as a DJ and your clothing brand, you have the defendant in large part to thank for that, don't you?
Sure, yes.
Now, I want to ask you, when did you first speak to the defendant in this case?
In August of 2024.
So you're saying the very first time that you spoke to the defendant's lawyers was nearly 3 years after the incident?
That's correct.
Had you spoken to the defendant about this incident prior to that time?
Yeah.
Had you spoken to him numerous times about it?
More than once, sure, yeah.
So we're going to go back to the very beginning. When did you first hear about this incident on November 6, 2022?
The next day?
And did you talk to the defendant about it?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did he tell you that he had pulled a prop gun on Relly?
Yes, he explained to me the situation of what happened on the night of November 6th.
And at that point in time, were you aware that Relly was already contacting the defendant and other members of his entourage, for lack of a better word, and basically demanding money? I
don't recall that specifically.
You became aware near the time of the incident that Relly wanted money, correct?
I can't recall that specifically. No, I know about the incident. I don't know. He didn't contact me about wanting any money. So I don't know. I can't recall specifically if he did that.
Let me ask you something. Did you become aware at some point in time that Relly wanted money?
Yeah.
And did you become aware of that from the defendant?
To be honest, I think I became aware of it when everything came out in the media.
Wait, so you're saying you never had a conversation with the defendant that near this, when this event happened, about the defendant wanting a bunch of money from him?
Like I said, sir, to be honest, I can't recall that specific conversation.
I'm not asking a specific conversation. I'm asking, did you have any conversation with the defendant who you described as your brother, a fellow ASAP, the person who you were his personal assistant Did you have any conversation with him near the time of this event about what happened, the fact that Relly wanted money for it?
When you say the fact that Relly wanted money, like I said, I can't recall if we specifically spoke about that right around the time of the event.
When did you become aware that Relly wanted money?
I told you, I don't specifically recall, but I believe it may have been around when everything came out in the media.
And when they say everything coming out in the media, do you
When
mean,
the defendant was arrested,
and that's going to be in 2022, is that correct?
in April, I believe, yes.
And you're telling me that before that time, as far as you can remember, you didn't have any conversation with the defendant about what Relly wanted from him. Is that correct?
Like I said, sir, I cannot specifically remember.
So I'm asking you, sir, as you sit here, to the best of your memory, did you have any conversation with the defendant about Relly wanting money from him between the time the incident happened and the time that it became public in April 2022?
And again, I said I cannot specifically remember if we spoke about it around the time of the event.
When you say you cannot specifically remember, what
I
do you
cannot recall. I recall him telling me about the event, or how it happened on November 6th, the night. I can't remember him specifically saying Rel was trying to extort him for money.
So I want to go back to your conversations with the defense. You said that you first spoke to them in August 2024, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was for approximately 90 minutes, correct?
yes, I would say so.
And that was in what city?
It was in New York.
And who was present during that conversation?
It was Joe, Chad, and Eleanor.
Eleonora?
Eleanor, yeah, sorry. Pardon.
And did they have an investigator there monitoring or recording the proceedings?
No, it was just them and me.
Did you see them taping anything?
They were not taking anything.
Did you see them taking any notes?
They were not taking any notes.
Do you have any idea how they were in any way memorializing or even remembering what it was you were telling them during this 9-minute interview?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking their notes. What's that, Your Honor?
No, all right. The question calls for a yes or no. It's over.
I'm sorry, can you repeat one more time?
You said they were not recording.
Yes,
You said they were not taking notes.
correct,
You said there was no investigator that they're monitoring.
correct.
So I'm asking you, are you aware, do you know how they were keeping track of what you were saying during the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Absolutely no, he's
On
in the
that,
interview.
on that ground, we'll rule. And it seems a fact, on the other, sustained.
You just testified they were not recording anything and they were not taking any notes, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm not asking you to speculate, so I'm asking, do you know, are you aware of how they were documenting and keeping track of what you were saying?
Objection, you mean if they.
Yes, if they were, yes, Your Honor.
I'm not aware.
You had a second interview with them when?
January 26th of this year.
January 26th, that would be approximately 6 days after this trial started. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, sure.
Have you seen, sir, the statement, the summary that they turned over of your total information that you provided them in this case? Have you seen it?
Yeah, it showed it this morning.
Would you agree, sir, that it is literally 9 bullet points?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
You testified on direct examination to a number of incidents and issues already. You talked about the fact that the prop gun was modeled after Glock 26, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that what you said about the prop gun in your prior statement was as follows? Rocky carried a prop gun after being the victim of prior violence and home invasions, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the
It's
grounds?
yes, and it's not a prior statement.
Correct? This is what's been represented as your prior statement.
Objection.
This has been represented as a summary of your prior statement turned over and discovered pursuant to PC 1054.3. Yes, sir. It says that you said Rocky carried a prop gun after being the victim of prior violence and home invasions. Is that what you said?
Yeah, this is what the summary says.
Did you provide any more detail than that to them?
In August of 24, I honestly, I can't completely, I mean, if they ask me for more details, then I did give them more details.
Mr. Levin, are you telling me you can't remember your ask about Rocky carrying a prop gun, and you mentioned prior violence and home invasions, and you were saying that you don't know if they asked you, hey, what prior violence, what home invasion? You don't remember that?
I don't want to misspeak, and like I said, I can't completely recall. This is 6-7 months ago.
Well, you just testified to information on direct examination. You would agree regarding home invasions and prior violence that is not in here, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you guys get another way? I apologize.
You just testified on direct examination. You were asked questions specifically about prior violence and home invasions, and you said, as an example, you saw video of a home invasion, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me where in your statement it mentions anything about a video of a home invasion?
Objection, Your Honor, it's not a statement.
Can I get a ground, Your Honor?
I'm misleading.
Misleading.
ground. Overruled.
Misstates the evidence.
It's a question, it's not misstating anything.
Objection's overruled.
Look, can you tell me where you see any information, sir, about having viewed videos of a home invasion?
Objection is irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Wait.
Irrelevant?
Misstatement.
Sustained.
On what grounds?
It's not relevant what he sees on that piece of paper.
Did you tell them specifically about the information of viewing video of home invasions during your interview? Tell them.
Again, this is 6-7 months ago. I don't want to misspeak. I don't want to say yes. I don't want to say no, and I don't feel confident. I don't want to misspeak. I don't recall, sir. I'm sorry.
What about 2 weeks ago in January when you spoke to them? Did you talk to them about that?
I believe so, yes.
Did you, sir, ever mention anything to them in any of your interviews about going to a shooting range or trying to go to a shooting range? The incident you just discussed on direct, did you tell them about that?
About the shooting range?
Yes.
Yes.
I want you to take a look and tell me if you see any mention of a shooting range in your statement.
Objection, irrelevant.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Alex.
The question, Your Honor, I've asked him, he testified on direct regarding the shooting range incident, not being able to go there, what happened, how he went to the house, how the 9mm magazine was lit.
Right. What about that?
I'm asking him, he said, yes, I told them that information. I'm asking him, do you see that information in your statement?
The objection's it's relevant what he sees on that piece of paper.
Did you definitively go through with them, sir, that incident that you testified to on direct examination?
Did I go through them in detail? No.
What did you tell them about that incident? Was it just what you said on direct?
Exactly what I said on direct. I don't know if it was word for word.
Well, did you tell them in essence, sir, about that incident involving your attempt to go to the shooting range, how you ended up leaving a 9mm Glock 43 magazine at the defendant's home? Did you tell them that?
I told them that that was my magazine at the home, yes.
That's not what I asked.
Tracy, do you want to go, can we go another half hour, 45 minutes? I know it's, yes, we'll
Yes.
go to 3?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't ask you if you mentioned it in your magazine. I asked you, did you tell them about the incident, giving the detail that you just gave on direct examination? Did you tell them that?
What detail in specific is that?
You just on direct examination you recited an alleged incident where you were going to go to the shooting range. You went over to the defendant's house with all of your guns and magazines, that you had some drinks, and then because you drank too much, you decided you were going to leave a magazine for a gun you didn't own at the defendant's home. Did you tell the defense that during your interview?
No, not in detail like that. I didn't rehearse it with them, if that's what they're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm asking, did you tell them that?
I didn't tell them in detail like that, no.
Well, do you know then how they knew to ask you about it if you never told them?
About the shooting. I told them we were going to go to a shooting range.
Let me continue. Were you ever asked, sir, were you ever shown what I've just shown you, those bullet points? Were you ever given that to the defense and said, hey, listen, Mr. Levin, does this accurately depict what you told us?
The first time I saw that piece of paper was this morning when you showed me.
Did they ever call you to go over your statement, to say, hey, listen, we got to turn over your statement to the prosecution. We want to make sure we have everything. Did they ever do that?
No.
You said you have knowledge and experience with firearms, is that correct?
Yes,
You said you owned numerous firearms, is that correct?
correct.
You are currently a resident of California, been a resident in California for many years, is that correct?
Yes,
And you understand there's a legal duty to register firearms in California, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you would agree that you have a history of complying with the law and registering your firearms, is that right?
When I buy my firearms, I buy them at a licensed dealer, yes.
And you were aware, sir, before you ever took the stand today, you were aware that the Glock 43 magazines you allegedly gave to the defendant,
I didn't give it to him. I left it at his
that
house.
you left there.
Yes,
You were aware, sir, that you did not have a registered gun that would fit that magazine, correct?
that is correct, yes.
And in fact, isn't it true, Mr. Levin, that you understood that because you did not have a registered gun that would fit that magazine, that you had to come up with a story to explain how it was that not only you left a magazine at the defendant's house without a firearm to go with it, but also why you had that magazine in the first place. Is that correct?
I didn't have to come up with a story as the truth.
And when is it your position that you first told the defense the details that you just described about having brought that magazine over with your gun, having had the drinks, and having left it there? When did you first tell the defense about that?
Like I said, with the full I told him in August that was my magazine at this time. The full details of that, I can't remember exactly when I told him the full details of the story.
We only talked to him twice, you said, right?
3 times.
3 times?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you tell him that on January 26th?
We didn't get into details. They just asked me about the shooting range incident and why the magazine was there.
Wait, how did they ask you about a shooting range incident when you never told them?
I told you, I told them about it.
So you told them about the shooting range incident back in August of 2024?
Well, yes, I believe so.
And your testimony is that even though you told them about it, they didn't ask for any details. Is that correct?
In August of 24, I can't remember. I don't want him to speak, sir.
Say again?
We just come up with one section.
Now,
Hold on. Off the record. Off the record.
Thank you, Kamari. I'm glad that you're here. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so already. That just pretty much goes to everybody. Now, we are waiting for court to start. They said it was supposed to start at 11:30, but it's 11:41, and court has not started. So we will continue to watch the testimony from yesterday from ASAP Lou. Lou is coming off his curve. Lou has been prepped very, very well. He does fumble. I don't know if we're going to get to it or not, but Lou does fumble a little bit, but we're going to jump ahead.
protect himself against individuals who knew that he carried a prop gun, but to protect himself against individuals he did not know, like home invaders, stalkers, violent people, correct?
It was just to fight off any type of violence that could come from, not any specific.
And when you say fight off,
Deter from violence.
meaning pull a fake gun out of your pocket.
Lower the volume.
Pull a fake gun out of your pocket. And that's what you mean by fighting off?
I mean, it was there to deter violence. So if he was in a situation where he was going to be harmed, it could be there something possibly to calm things down and safely get him out of a bad situation.
Would you agree that just as likely would be you pull that prop gun and the person you pull it on pulls a real gun and shoots you?
I can't speak on that. I mean, it's
Let me ask you this, sir. It's your position that everybody around the defendant knew that he carried a prop gun, correct?
his close friends, I guess.
And you have heard testimony that Relly was aware that he carried a prop gun, correct?
I didn't hear any other testimony.
I want you to assume that there has been testimony in this case by the defense that Relly was aware that it was a prop gun that the defendant was carrying. I want you to assume that. Would you agree that if Relly knew that the gun was a prop gun, that it would not offer any deterrent if it were pulled on him because he would know it was fake?
I can't speak to the state of mind of the situation.
Listen to me. I'm not asking you, I'm saying anybody. I want you to assume for a moment, I'll give you doing hypothetical terms, all right? I want you to assume that the individual who is pulling the prop gun is pulling it against somebody who knows that it is a prop gun. Would you agree that the only value of the prop gun is if you could scare or intimidate somebody into thinking that it is real?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
That's not your legal jet.
Right, speculation.
He said he's a.
I didn't get the question. Listen to me, I'm not asking you, I'm saying anybody. I want you to assume for a moment, I'll give you, I'll do it in hypothetical terms, all right? I want you to assume that the individual who is pulling the prop gun is pulling it against somebody who knows that it is a prop gun. Would you believe that, would you agree that the only value of the prop gun is if you can scare or intimidate somebody into thinking that it is real?
Speculation.
Would you agree that if an individual understands that a fake gun you're pulling is fake and not real, then that gun doesn't have any value for deterrence?
Objection. Same objection. Same way.
So There's been testimony in this case by the defense that, again, Relly was aware that this was a prop gun. Are you aware that the defense in this case, Mr. Levin, is that the defendant pulled the prop gun on Relly to stop him from attacking Gillis? Are you aware that that's the defense?
Yes.
Okay, and my question is, given your knowledge of firearms and given your advice to the defendant about carrying a prop gun, would you agree that if Relly knows it is a prop gun, that the theory that you have raised about why the defendant is carrying a prop gun doesn't work?
Objection, Your Honor, seems to be speculation.
Overruled, that's raised, overruled.
Well, no, so the prop gun, like I said, it makes a loud noise, so that's gonna draw attention and possibly draw police to come. So if he's beating up Ills, nothing is going, and no, like he's not stopping, nothing's like stopping him, that loud noise is gonna draw a lot of attention from all people around, and it's gonna help deter the situation.
Would you agree that if a prop gun is used, that there is no reason for the person pulling the prop gun to aim the gun down or to fire, quote, a warning shot, because in the end, the gun can't fire a shot, period? Would you agree?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
You testify, you understand how a prop gun works, correct?
Yes.
Can you fire a warning shot with a prop gun?
Well, I think they're kind of all warning shots. There's no actual shot bullet that comes out over that time.
So you would agree that you can't fire a warning shot with a prop gun because you can't fire a shot, period. All you can do is fire off the prop gun and have it make noise. Would you agree?
That's correct. It doesn't fire projectile.
Would you agree that if you have a real gun with bullets, and you point it at somebody, and you pull the trigger, that there is a likelihood that that person gets shot? Would you agree?
With an actual firearm?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you agree that the idea of a warning shot with a real firearm is that you are pointing the gun in a direction and pulling the trigger where no one is going to be hit, so as to warn the individual, hey, I've got this gun, and if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm going to shoot you? Would you agree?
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Would you agree, Mr. Levin, that in firing a shot with a prop gun, that there would be no reason to aim the gun towards the ground because the gun can't fire anything?
Objection, speculation.
Where's the speculation?
Sustained.
On speculation?
Yes. You want to argue with me?
I like the approach. Your Honor, I'm trying to do a very important area, and I'm not understanding.
What this witness thinks is the efficacy of a prop gun versus a real gun. What his opinion is irrelevant. Go on to another.
Just so I'm doing it for his credibility in front of the jury, which is relevant.
You've already touched on it enough. Go on something else.
Have you seen the video involving this incident?
I saw the one that was on TNT when he first got arrested, whenever it was posted,
So how many times have you seen the video?
maybe twice.
You're saying in 3+ years since this incident involving your brother, one of your best friends, a man you work for, that you have only looked at the video of this charged crime a couple of times.
Yes.
In that video, would you agree? I can show it to you. In that video, would you agree that between shots that the defendant is running around with his gun out and appears to be looking for a line of fire to hit the victim?
Objection, irrelevant. Sustained.
You've given testimony about the current location of the prop gun and how you went to New York, who you gave it to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That wasn't in the statement that you reviewed with 12 bullet points, was it?
The one that you showed me with the 9 bullet points earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't correct.
And it's your testimony, though, that you told the defense about this back in August of 2024.
Yes.
And the individual that you returned the gun to, are they alive?
They are. I gave you the info earlier. Well, we talked about it earlier. Yeah.
Obviously, they're alive.
That's correct. Yes.
Do you know where that gun is today?
Specifically, no. Like I said, when I went to New York, I gave it back to him.
Well, so since you became involved, since you known about where that gun went, since you gave it back, at some point in time, did you become aware that the fact that it's a prop gun is important in this case?
Yes.
And you understand that if it's a prop gun, the defendant cannot be guilty of the charges. because it's not a real gun. You understand that, correct?
That's correct, it's a problem.
So what efforts did you make in the last 3 years to try to get that prop gun back so that you could demonstrate, hey, my brother, he didn't do this crime? Did you make any efforts?
Yeah, I asked the co-director if he had it still, he doesn't.
When did you ask him?
Specifically, I don't remember, sir.
Now, isn't it true, sir, that you testified you returned it in January of 2022?
That's correct, yes.
Did it seem strange to you that you were returning a gun?
A prop gun.
Huh?
A prop gun?
Is a prop gun a gun?
It's a prop gun.
So when I say gun, you don't need to correct me.
Okay.
When you returned the gun in January of 2022, by that time, you were aware that your friend Rocky was potentially going to be getting in some trouble as it relates to that incident, correct?
No, I was not aware of that.
So, but you certainly knew 3 months later in April, correct?
Yes, when he got arrested, I knew he was.
And you knew that day, as soon as you heard about it, you knew, oh my God, I got information, that gun's not real, correct? You knew that day.
Yes.
Did you go get the gun?
I was in LA. The gun that I said I gave it to the director in New York in January.
Did you make an effort to try to get the gun?
I told you I contacted him to see if he still had it.
When did you contact him?
And again, I don't recall the exact date, sir. This was 3 years ago.
Isn't it true, sir, that you didn't contact him for more than a year?
Sir, to be honest, I don't know the exact date I contacted him.
Well, let me ask you something, sir. What do you have instantly, the day you heard about the defendant getting arrested, what do you have jumped on a plane to get back there and find that prop gun that would have gotten your brother out of the trouble that he was in? Wouldn't you have done it?
I contacted the director. I don't know exactly when to see if he had it. He doesn't have it anymore.
And so you just took, did you ask him what he did with it?
Yes.
Did you investigate further once he told you?
No, I didn't. I mean, he doesn't have it anymore. I don't know which one is it.
Did you go to the police and tell them what you knew?
No.
Did you go to the prosecution and tell them what you knew?
No.
You're aware that he had a preliminary hearing in November of 2023. You're aware of that preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
You knew it was publicized in the media, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You knew that based at that time, that your brother, your close friend, could not have committed this crime because it wasn't a real gun, and you didn't do anything, did you? Does you yourself, knowing it's a prop gun, does that help your brother with his legal problem if you don't tell anybody?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
You said you knew it was a prop gun.
Yes.
My question is, you understand the police, the prosecution, and the court needs to understand it's a prop gun in order for you to help it, right?
Yeah. Nobody contacted me from the police or the courts. Nobody contacted me until like 2 weeks ago about the police.
Wait, would you, sir, have had every incentive, every motive, every desire to contact the police and the prosecution to tell them, hey, my buddy, my close friend, my brother Rocky is innocent. That was a fake gun. Wouldn't you have had every motivation to do that?
I knew that this was going to court. I knew I would have my time to speak about it here to the jury.
Well, so you decided you would wait, have your brother held to answer, have him brought to trial in front of 12 jurors, rather than simply going to the police and prosecutors and telling them, hey, listen, that was a fake gun. Is that your testimony?
Like I said, I knew that this trial, this case was going to trial, and I would have an opportunity to speak here in front of the jury and explain it.
I want to ask you again.
Okay.
Did you understand that by not coming forward, that you were putting your brother, your best friend, in more legal jeopardy? Did you understand that?
No, I didn't. I didn't understand that. I didn't. No.
So you were present on April 20th, 2022, when a search warrant was served with Mr. Mayor's residence, correct?
I wasn't present when it was served, but I was there during the search. Yes.
You were there when they were doing the search, correct?
Correct. Yes.
The police, correct?
Yes.
The police, the detectives handling this case, correct?
Correct.
That man seated right in the back. Can you stand up for me, detective? You saw him at the defendant's house, correct?
That's correct.
On one of the Iowa case. Did you walk up to him and say to him, detective, it was a prop gun. That's not right. He didn't do anything. Did you tell the detective that?
At that time, I didn't know any details of the case. I just got a phone call saying that there was a search warrant being done at his house, and I should go over there to just be there. I wasn't aware of any of the details of the case. This was early in the morning. I was just getting out of bed. I didn't know that he was being charged for it. I didn't know what he was being charged for.
Didn't you already testify, sir, that you had talked to Rocky the day after the incident happened and you knew that he used a prop gun?
Correct.
So you're telling me that when the detectives are showing up, serving a search warrant, that you had no idea what it was related to?
I didn't know that this was it was going to a criminal case until that day.
So when it was that day and the detective is there, you wouldn't have had to call him, you wouldn't have had to go down there. He's right there. You could have told him it was a prop gun. You could have done that, correct?
I didn't know the details of everything that was going on at that time, sir. I didn't know what was.
Listen to my question. Could you have told the detective on that day it was a prop gun, it wasn't real? Could you have done that?
When I was speaking to the detective,
Yes.
I could have told him, but I didn't have any details of what was going on, sir. It wasn't at that time.
No,
I
just
didn't know.
right. Everything after yes. Did you tell him it was a prop gun?
Did I tell him it was a prop gun on that day?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were also aware on that day, you were aware that they collected evidence, correct? You were there supporting your friend, is that right?
I was aware they collected evidence.
By the way, you said you got called when they were serving the search warrant. Who called you?
It was somebody that was on the plane with him. I can't remember exactly who it was that day.
Well, so
It was like 7 in the morning. I was just waking up to just, hey, you have to go over to Rocky's house. They're going to search the house. And I just jumped in my car and I didn't ask questions. I just went.
why would you have to go over to Rocky's house when you're serving a search warrant at Rocky's for something that doesn't involve you?
Well, I've worked with him for a long time and I actually sometimes manage his property. So I'm able to get access to the house. I have keys. So I could have opened the door instead of them busting the gate open and running the door down. I mean, and if they needed anything in there, I was just there. We have nothing to hide. So I was there if they needed anything. Even at one point, they needed to get into a safe that I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll slow down. I apologize.
So you go over to the house, and you are there when they are collecting guns, correct?
I was outside all the time, so I didn't see exactly what they were collecting.
You became aware on that day or shortly thereafter that detectives did not find the prop gun, correct?
Well, yeah, there was no problem in the house.
So how did you know there was a prop gun in the house?
Because on January of that year, I brought it back to New York and I testified.
How did you know there was no other prop gun in the house?
They could have been in the property in the house. I didn't know. I know that prop gun was back in New York.
Okay, so you also know that the detectives recovered that Glock 43 9mm magazine, correct?
Yes, I know now they did. Correct.
And it's your testimony that that was actually your magazine. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that even though you do not own a Glock 43, that you bought a 380, correct?
I bought a Glock 42, yes.
Which is a 380, correct?
That's correct.
380 cannot fire 9mm rounds, correct?
That's correct.
And your testimony is that when you bought it, you somehow inadvertently got the wrong magazine. Is that right?
I mistakenly bought the wrong magazine.
And you didn't realize it was the wrong magazine until literally the day you went over to Rocky's house to end up in preparation for going to the shooting range, correct?
That's correct.
And because you did not know that it was anything other than a 380, right, a Glock 42 magazine that fired 380 caliber ammunition, correct? You didn't find that out until you go to the house and you're like, oh my God, this is the wrong gun. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you actually try to put it inside of your Glock 42 to 380?
No, what I was trying to do was I was trying to load it, and I noticed when I put the 380 ammunition in, it was a little too small and wasn't fitting correctly.
So, Mr. Levin, if you were only using 380 ammunition, if you're trying to put 380 ammunition, how is it that that magazine was full of 9mm ammunition?
I also own a Smith & Wesson MP9, which is 9mm. I brought both of my handguns that day, so I was loading up my Smith & Wesson magazines with 9mm, and I'm so sorry, I'm going too fast. I was loading up my Smith & Wesson magazines with 9mm, and my Glock 42 magazines with 380. So I had both ammunition on that day.
Now, you're well aware that a Glock magazine looks nothing like a Smith & Wesson magazine, correct?
Yeah, correct.
They look nothing alike, correct?
That's right.
So my question is, how is it that that Glock magazine, which you thought was to hold 380 ammunition, ended up being loaded with 9mm ammunition? How did that happen?
When I realized 380 didn't fit, I tried the 9mm in there, and it fit. And then I further inspected it and realized it was a 43 magazine.
So, by the way, so you're telling me you then needed to figure out what kind of magazine it was. And so you decided to put a 9mm round inside the magazine, correct?
Yes.
So, sir, as soon as you put one 9mm round in the magazine, you know it's not for a 380. Why is it fully loaded with approximately 6 rounds of ammunition? A full Glock 43 magazine, full 9mm round.
Because after we realized we weren't going to the gun range, and I packed everything up, I was just fidgeting with it. At that time, I had just first got guns, and sometimes I would sit there and I would load it and unload magazines just fidgeting around.
So you loaded a magazine for a gun you didn't have with ammunition you didn't know went into it. And then when it fit, you fully loaded it all the way. Is that your testimony?
Yes,
Because you were, quote, fidgeting. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Does that sound reasonable to you?
Objection, argument, sustained.
Isn't it true, sir, that this information about the Glock 43 magazine is what is called a lie? That it never happened, that you never took over a Glock 43 magazine there, that you never tried to load it with .380 ammunition, and then in fact,
Comes out. So it comes out.
when the objection was,
Well, he's in the middle of arguing that it's argumentative. There are a number of questions that you're asking. So you're asking question after question after question. So why don't you limit it to one question at a time?
I'm trying to, and totally wrong, because I believe it would go to each of the witness, so I'll take one at a time, and I'll move forward. So, your testimony. Be clear. Let me back up for a second. When you buy Glock before you buy Glock 42, correct?
That's correct.
You agree when you buy a new Glock, they don't always come with new magazines, correct?
I didn't buy it new, I bought it used. I bought it secondhand from somebody.
You ever bought a new weapon?
Brand new, no. All of my firearms were bought like secondhand.
When you buy it secondhand, sir, wouldn't you agree? I assume when you bought your .380 secondhand, it came with two magazines, correct?
I don't believe so. It just came with one.
You said you know a lot about firearms, correct?
Yeah, I'm knowledgeable.
Is it your testimony that in your experience, that when you buy a new firearm, that generally speaking, that firearm only comes with one magazine?
Objection, relevant, sustained.
Sir, isn't it true that the reason that 9mm magazine was at the defendant's house was because he had a 9mm firearm, a Glock 43, that he used in the shooting of Relly, and that was simply the second magazine that he forgot to get rid of? Isn't that what happened, sir?
No.
As a firearms owner in California, you would agree that it is very difficult, and it has been difficult to get ammunition in California since 2019. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, in 2020, I know it was a shortage and prices were going up, but it was difficult at some points, correct?
Not only a shortage, but you would agree that you have to actually, that at the time of this event in 2021, you would agree you needed approval from the Department of Justice, as well as a California driver's license, or California ID and a local address, to purchase ammunition in California, correct?
I don't know about approval, but whenever I bought ammunition, all I had to do was show my driver's license. And that was a California driver's license with an address, yes.
So would you agree that if you don't have, in your experience, if you don't have a California driver's license or a California address, you're just going in to a gun shop to try to get ammunition, then in your experience, you can't do it in California?
I believe so, yeah. That's what I understand, or at least that is.
Do you know a place to buy ammunition near Hollywood on a Saturday evening after 10 p.m.?
No, I don't know any places.
Who is ASAP Bills?
ASAP Bills is a member of the ASAP group collective.
When's the last time you saw him?
Last year at some point, I want to say maybe November, September. I can't remember the exact date.
When's the last time you had any contact with him? Person, text, you tried to reach him? When's the last time?
Probably when around the time I saw him.
Did he travel with you guys on tour to Bangkok?
No, he did not.
You guys were all friends at the time of the incident in November 2021. You, the defendant, 12 Heat Hills, right?
Yes, correct.
And you would say close friends, correct?
Yeah.
You went to Complex Con on November 7th, correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice any injuries on Hills?
Not that I can see.
What do you think? You know Relly, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe Relly in terms of his physical strength as, kind of a weakling, medium, or pretty strong dude?
No, I would say I'm pretty strong.
And I want you to assume that he had punched somebody with a fist in their face area 3 times. Knowing Relly as you do, would you expect that an individual would receive injuries from that, since you know Relly?
Not necessarily. I can't say that. I've seen boxers before get punched in the face multiple times and look fine. Like, I guess it just depends on the person.
You didn't see Hills with any injuries though the night of November 7th, did you?
I wasn't studying his face, but I didn't see any physical injuries. Injuries.
If you would have been bleeding, would you think you would have seen that?
Bleeding that day. Or bleeding that day.
Bleeding. Objection. Yes. If you would have been bleeding on November 7th,
He's gonna clarify.
if you had been bleeding on November 7th, you would have seen it?
Not necessarily.
You were with Hills, the defendant, and 12E on November 7th, correct?
Correct.
You spoke to the defendant on November 6th after the incident, correct?
I don't know if it was after the incident or the next day, but it was shortly after, yeah, around that time.
When you spoke to him, did he tell you that Relly beat the hell out of Ills?
I don't know if he used those exact words, but they got into an altercation, yes.
What did he tell you specifically about the altercation with Ills?
This is 4 years ago. I can't remember specific word for word, but I was told that he was beating up Hills.
Did you reveal that in the statement you gave?
I wasn't there that night, so I wasn't really asked about what happened that night.
So you're telling me the defense didn't ask you, what did Rocky tell you about what happened that night? They never asked you that?
To be honest, in August, they didn't ask me that. Like I said, I wasn't there that night, so it's really not, I can't really accurately speak on what happened.
As you sit here right now, I want you to tell me, as best you can, everything that the defendant has ever told you about this incident. I'm not asking you when, I'll get to that, but I want to know everything that he has told you about this incident.
He mentioned after the rehearsal, on the 6th in Long Beach, he went to go meet up with Rel. They got into an altercation. Well, he got into an altercation with Ills. Rel was being the aggressor, and he had to use the prop gun to kind of stop it, to calm it down.
Did he tell you that he was upset with Relly beforehand and was trying to meet up with him?
No.
Did you become aware at any point in time that he had been texting Relly, meaning the defendant, trying to meet up with him?
No.
Did you become aware that he had brought his prop gun, allegedly, to this meeting with Relly?
Well, yeah.
Did he ever tell you, he ever asked me, why are you bringing a prop gun with you when you're meeting with another ASAP?
I don't think he brought it just like this.
Motion strike is not responsible.
Stop yelling.
Sorry?
Stop your yelling.
Motion
You
strike.
can just make the motion, and state the reason, you don't have to yell. What was the objection?
It's not responsible. It's given an answer I didn't ask for. Listen to my question.
Yes.
I didn't ask you why the defendant told you something. I asked you what he told you. So all my questions going forward, I'm not going to ask you why the defendant told you something, because you wouldn't know. I'm asking what did he tell you. So I want to know, what did he specifically tell you about why he brought a prop gun to meet with his friend Relly?
He didn't specifically say he brought it to meet with Relly. Whenever he would leave the house without security, he would bring it with him.
And you're aware of that because you had counseled him to do that, is that correct?
I didn't counsel him to do that. It was just something that he did. It was common knowledge.
I thought you told me that you and the security guy sat down with him and said, hey,
Yeah, we thought it would be a good idea, yes. So I don't know if that's counseling him to do it. I mean, maybe I was misunderstanding the word, but yes, me and security at the time, we had thought it was a good idea for him to carry it. And that's what, to my knowledge, that's why he was carrying it. When he would leave the house, if he didn't have the security with him, he would carry that.
And so you said, that's what he told you. What else has he said?
I told you everything that he told me.
So in the 3+ years that this has happened, the only thing that he has told you is what you just related?
Yes.
You never asked any other details.
No, I didn't ask any other details.
Do you ever call Relly and ask him what happened?
I don't have, at that time, me and Relly weren't really on speaking terms.
Did you ever ask Twelby what happened?
No,
You ever ask Ills what happened?
no.
So you're telling me that 4 guys that you at one point were very close to, including Rocky, who you worked for and was responsible for a lot of your incoming success, get into an altercation where at the very least a prop gun is pulled, and you're telling me you never asked 2 of the participants, Ills and Twelby, anything about it ever. Is that your testimony?
I honestly, yes, I never asked them about it. When the defendant told me,
Motion strike everything after yes.
sorry.
Is it your testimony that you were unable to get the gun back from the individual in New York, or is it your testimony that you never tried?
I was unable to get it.
What efforts did you make to try to get the gun back from the individual in New York?
I asked him if he still had it.
And when he told you that he didn't, did you make any further effort to track down where he was?
I don't know what further effort I could have made.
But did you ask him what did he do with it?
I asked him where it was, and he said it's gone.
Did he give you a name of who he gave it to?
He didn't. He doesn't know where it went. What he, to my understanding, is he has a studio right in New York that him and his other creatives they all use. It's like a studio where they keep camera equipment, they keep lighting equipment, they keep prop equipment. It's kind of like a common space, so someone can come in and borrow a camera, borrow a prop for different shoots, and it got misplaced, it got stolen. He said stuff gets missing all the time.
You are aware, sir, that this morning, we were finally given the name of the individual that you're saying that you gave the gun to, and you are correct.
Correct.
Objection around.
The court has made a ruling on this previously, Your Honor. Objection overruled. Are you aware that we called that individual this morning and spoke to him?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that individual, if asked, what happened to the gun? His response would have been, I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. Statute of statutes.
I can play it.
Sustained.
The court made certain rulings.
The objection is sustained. Do you recall the other day I talked about speaking objections, arguing? Remember that? Remember that?
I do.
All right, I'm keeping track of every speaking objection that is made, every argument with the witness, argument with me. I'm keeping track of all that. He made an objection. I sustained it. Go on to the next question.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
Like I said, I don't know what happened to the gun after the
The
proper.
motion to strike is not responsive.
He's already answered the question. He doesn't know.
No, that's not what I asked, Your Honor. Did,
Read it back.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun
Oh, all
to?
right. No, that's good.
Objection, Your Honor, indicates the testimony didn't say he gave.
Oh,
have you asked him for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
that, wait, that's not what he has testified to.
Your Honor, he
He
testified.
said he didn't give it to him. He gave it to the person who he got it from.
And I've asked him if he asked the person that he gave it to.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. I got the question. All right.
Have you asked the person that you gave it to, the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
I asked him if he still had it, and he said no. I didn't ask him. He didn't. When I spoke to him about it, he didn't know where it went. So I didn't ask him who he gave it to. I wasn't aware he gave it to him.
But, so when he said no, you didn't ask any further question or make any further effort to find out where the gun was. Is that
I
correct?
asked him if we could get it back, and he said no, it's gone.
Did you ask him any further questions? Yes or no?
No.
I want to go to my last area. I want to talk about prop gun. You're aware that when a prop gun is fired, a semi-automatic prop gun, that although nothing comes out of the barrel, that it has a prop load, correct?
Can you? What does a probably mean?
So when you load a prop gun, a semi-automatic prop gun, you're putting prop rounds in the magazine.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
And the gun that you're talking about that you gave the defendant was a Glock semi-automatic prop gun, correct?
Correct.
And the way that gun works is the gun is fired. When it is fired, a cartridge ejects out of the side and the next round cycles. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Did you actually load the prop gun?
Yes.
What kind of ammunition did you use to load the prop gun?
It was the blank ammunition that came with it. I don't remember exactly what brand it was.
But you would agree it's a 9mm prop ammo. So it's a round, but instead of being, let me use what we got here. May I approach, Honor?
You don't have to ask.
This is a 9mm hollow point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
You know what a hollow point is, right?
Yes.
Hollow point at the tip, it's not fully jacketed. It doesn't come to a complete surface. It's got a hole. Is that
I
correct?
get the point. Hollow. Yes. Correct.
And when this round is fired, the casing, which is in the back, ejects out the side and the bullet goes forward, right?
In a live gun. Yes.
Yes. And the difference between this round, which is a real 9mm round, and what you loaded is that instead of having a bullet, a projectile at the tip that fires, it actually has what is in essence a paper bullet, and it doesn't go anywhere, and nothing comes out of the barrel. Is that correct?
It's like crimped at the end, so it can't actually fire anything. Yeah.
But it makes the sound, correct?
It does.
And it ends up putting out a muzzle flash, correct?
Yeah.
And it ejects the expended casing out of the side, correct?
That's correct.
So when you fire it, no bullet comes out, cartridge gets ejected, the gun automatically, semi-automatic, cycles the next round into the chamber, and you repeat for as many live rounds as you have. Is that correct?
Yep. Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. That's my understanding of how a prop gun works. Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Did you only communicate with the defendant by his cell phone number? I'm not gonna give it, but you know the cell phone number that's been involved in this case, correct?
Yeah, it's all
I'm not gonna name his cell phone number. Is that the only number that you communicated with?
with the defendant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you ever communicate with him on other apps, such as Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat?
With the defendant?
Yes.
No, the only other thing I might have communicated with him is through like, you know, you could iMessage, you could like send iMessages with your email sometimes. I might have used his email to message him before, but never Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat.
This is People's 21. Is this the iMessage that you're talking about addressed?
Yep, that's one, yeah.
And when we say Luigi, that's another name for the defendant, is that right?
No one calls him Luigi, it's just an email address he made.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. How long before the search warrant was executed at the house in April 2022 at the defendant's house was it that you had brought over your guns and where you had left the block with fence?
That was in, like I said, we went to the shooting range, but we were gonna go to the shooting range in summer of 2021. So July, August, I don't remember the exact date, but it was in that vicinity.
And you brought a number of guns there, is that right?
That day, I brought my 2 handguns.
And which handgun did you bring?
Smith & Wesson M&P9, which is a 9mm, and Glock 42, which is a 380.
Okay. Do you know how it was that you ended up only leaving a Glock 43 magazine that didn't fit any of those guns there? How you managed to leave it there?
Well, because when we realized we couldn't go to the shooting range, I packed up my bag and I left the Glock 43 magazine out while we were drinking and just hanging out. That's when I was fidgeting around with it. The next day when I went to go pick up my stuff, I just grabbed the bag and I didn't grab the magazine because it was separate from my bag.
So it's your testimony that you have to be just fidgeting with this magazine that you had, that didn't fit any gun that you had with you, that you thought was a different magazine, that a testimony.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm not further. Still, thank you.
So if you were asked, if you found out that immediately after the incident, Relly demanded money from Rocky.
Let's do it after the jury has left.
Because we're not doing that for one, can't people want to
Wait, if we agree on the stipulation, then we would read it, and then we read it to them, and you do the charge, and then they could leave good. Right? But we don't make them leave.
Well, we're gonna have to go through instructions because we haven't done that. We can't just read to the jury, we haven't done it.
Right.
We gotta leave either way.
They gotta leave for the day. How long will you anticipate it will take us to? Thank you.
I have a pretty good grasp on the instructions. I'll listen to what you both have to say. It shouldn't take more than a minute. To go through the jury instructions and reading them to the jury.
Okay, so it sounds like they are talking about jury instructions. I know I heard the judge say he's giving them a half an hour, but yeah, a half an hour. We were on day 11, so we're gonna go back to day.
Discuss with Mr. Mayers his right to testify?
Yes.
Have you also discussed his right not to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Mayor, do you hear what Mr. Tacopina just said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you agree with what he has said, just said?
Absolutely.
You understand that you have a right to get on the stand and give your side of the case. You understand and accept that?
I do understand and I understand.
Also, you have a right under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution not to testify. You cannot be compelled to testify. It's totally your decision to either get on the stand or waive your right to testify and not testify. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay, which right do you wish to take advantage of? The one to testify or the one to not testify?
I'm on my right to not testify.
Right. All right, so do you in fact waive your right to testify in this case?
I do in fact, Your Honor.
Counsel Jordan.
Yes.
I believe that Mr. Mayor's waiver is knowing, free, and voluntary. I accept. All right, let's have the jury come in. They'll be told there may be a witness at 1:30. In the interim, the defense, you can ask for your exhibits to be admitted. I understand there's going to be no objection. The people have one additional exhibit. That will be moved in. Then I want to give the jury a 45-minute break. In that period of time, we will discuss the jury instructions informally, after which we will come out and formalize them on the record. After that, I will read the jury instructions to the jury. At some point, if the jury instructions go beyond 1:30, I'll stop reading the jury instructions so the remaining witness, if he testifies, we can take him out of order, and then I will resume the jury instructions. And that will be all for today. Summations will be on Thursday. Is that the understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, you mentioned another exhibit from people going there.
Yeah, they marked a DVD. It's the DVD from Complex.
Oh. So it was something that, that's all.
All right, let's have the jury.
All right, so it sounds like they are going to work on jury instructions today if they get it done. Hopefully the jury instructions can be read to the jury. Doesn't seem like they have it doesn't seem like they won't get it done today. The only impeding thing is that there is supposed to be another witness that's coming through. And if that witness does choose to testify, they will take that witness at 1:30 Pacific time. Let that person give their testimony, and then they'll go back to jury instructions, which is weird because I don't feel like the jury instructions should be read until everything is done. All testimony should be done. So it doesn't sound like the state is going to rebut the defense's case that they put on it. I don't think they have to. Yeah. In actuality, I personally think, y'all, like I said, I think Rocky's gonna be found guilty of that brandishing.
And our jurors have returned. All parties and counsel are present. I understand that Mr. Tacopina, that there are no additional witnesses to be called by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Defense rests in the case and will move forward exhibits into evidence.
All right, that would be A through EE. Any objection to A through EE? No, Your Honor. A through EE are admitted for the jury's consideration. There was one remaining exhibit that the people marked, which was number 44.
The people moved people's 44 into evidence as well, Your Honor.
No objection? All right, all of the exhibits are admitted for the jury's consideration. What's going to happen now is, I wasn't sure if we were going to have more witnesses or not. There may be one at 1:30, I don't know. But so we don't waste a lot of time. We are going to talk about the jury instructions informally in the office. That'll take about half hour, thereabouts. Once we're finished, then we're going to have you come back into the courtroom, and I'm going to read the jury instructions. If there is a witness at 1:30, if I am still reading the jury instructions, I'll stop the jury instructions. The witness will testify. Once the witness is finished, then I'll resume the jury instructions. The jury instructions are going to take me about 35 to 40 minutes to read. For those of you note takers, there's no reason to take notes because each one of you is going to get a package of jury instructions in the jury deliberation. And as long as I'm talking about jury deliberations, you will not be deliberating in the jury deliberation room on this floor. You will be deliberating in the jury deliberation room in Department 115, which is on the 11th floor. So when you finally begin deliberations, you'll be escorted to the 11th floor into the jury deliberation room. Department 115 is my normal courtroom. So that's where you'll be deliberating. Once you arrive at a verdict, the verdict will be read in here in 102. Okay? All right, so it's 10:30, actually 10:24. I'd like you all to come back at 11. Be outside the courtroom doors at 11, as close to that time as possible. I'll begin reading the jury instructions. And there's no reason I won't be able to finish before 12. So leave all your materials on your desk. Remember, do not talk about the case. The case is not over. You have not been released to deliberate yet. So keep everything to yourself. All right, we'll see you at about 11. Let's go back. What?
Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
No disrespect intended. Could you, I don't know, that's why I'm asking this question. What happens with the alternates?
Oh, no, that's a very good question. Once the jury begins to deliberate, you and the other 3 alternates, you will not be in the jury deliberation.
Right, I understand.
You will have to be close by because if we need to summon you, you need to be here in short order. You will only go into the jury deliberation room if one of the jurors has to leave the case. But you will be in the jury box during jury instructions and during summations.
And can I just get a clarification for what you mean by close by? Are we allowed to go home?
No. You can be, I would want you to be able to be here in 5 minutes. You can be in the hallway, you can be in the jury assembly room, you can be in the cafeteria. But if we need you, we need you quickly.
Okay.
All right, then we'll see everybody at 11. Come on back. Let's go back.
All right, so that's going to be about a 30-minute break for this particular trial. And when they come back, they are intended on reading the jury instructions. Again, there is supposed to be another witness that is going to testify at 1:30. So the judge has said that he will start reading the jury instructions. If the person, comes and they are going to testify at 1:30, then they will stop jury instructions and let them testify. And then closing arguments are going to be on Thursday. Remember, there is no court in the ASAP Rocky trial on tomorrow. No court for them tomorrow. So that is what's happening. So a little 30-minute break here. There was a question about Tim Harrington and his arraignment for today at 1. I would have to check the local stations because I don't think the larger networks are covering it. So we'll check the smaller stations down there in Mississippi and see if they're going to. I highly doubt it, but we'll see. We shall see. So if they both rested, how can another witness come? And is it the state's or the defense? Good question. Good question. I think it was the state. I'm sorry. I think it was the state's witness that was supposed to come, but we shall see. We shall see. I don't know how this legal either. No, Tyler. ASAP decided he is not going to testify. He did say that he understands his right. He waived it. I was in Megan's chat and I asked the question, if I rob a bank with a fake gun, did I commit a crime? Yes, you did. If you say yes, then my question that Rocky shot Relly with a fake gun is he didn't shoot him. You keep saying he shot him. He didn't shoot him. Relly did not suffer any gunshot wounds. Like the evidence supports that he was never shot. He did not have a gunshot wound. Now, if you're saying Rocky shot at Relly with a fake gun, then he shot at him with the fake gun. Like, it's a prop. He discharged the prop. So I don't know. I don't think that they've got enough evidence to prove that a real gun was fired, because look at the bullet casing. The 7 police officers were there, didn't find it, but Relly mysteriously goes back to the scene and find it. And then you got the officer saying he don't even think that it's really there on the scene. Really claimed that he and his girlfriend was there, but she ain't in the video either. So How do you just throw it out? Just get rid of the whole charge if you ask me. It's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. He shot him, but he didn't shoot him with a fake. He shot him, but he didn't shoot him with a real gun. Now, here's the thing about this bank robbing thing, this bank robbing scenario you said. You robbed a bank. You don't even need a gun to rob a bank. Robbing the bank was your crime. It don't matter what you had with you. I'd hate to be an alternate. I would too. He was not shot. Hey, Tia girl. The way they messed up the initial investigation is crazy. It just, to me, just wasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So I would have to vote not guilty. I have to go not guilty. All right, so let's wrap this up. And then if they are still on break, we will jump over to the Twisted Secret murder trial that started. I want to watch that.
Are you aware that we called that individual this morning and spoke to him?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that individual, if asked what happened to the gun, his response would have been, I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
I can play it. The court made certain rulings.
The objection is sustained. Do you recall the other day I talked about speaking objections, arguing? Remember that? Do you remember that?
I do.
All right, I'm keeping track of every speaking objection that is made, every argument with the witness, argument with me. I'm keeping track of all that. He made an objection. I sustained it. Go on, to the next question.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
Like I said, I don't know what happened to the gun after the proper.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
He's already answered the question. He doesn't know.
No, that's not what I asked, Your Honor. Did
read it back.
Have you asked this individual directly for the name of the person that he gave the gun
All
to?
right. No, that's fair.
Objection, Your Honor. This states the testimony. He didn't say he gave it.
Over.
have you asked him for the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
That wait, that is not what he has testified to.
Your Honor, he
He
testified.
said he didn't give it to. He gave it to the person who he got it from.
And I asked him if he asked the person that he gave it to.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. I got the question. All right.
Have you asked the person that you gave it to the name of the person that he gave the gun to?
I don't. I asked him if he still had it, and he said no. I didn't ask him. He didn't. When I spoke to him about it, he didn't know where it went. So I know I didn't ask him who he gave it to, because I wasn't aware he gave it to him.
But so when he said no, you didn't ask any further question or make any further effort to find out what the gun was. Is that
I
correct?
asked him if we could get it back, and he said no, it's gone.
Did you ask him any further questions? Yes or no?
No.
I want to go to my last area. I want to talk about prop gun. You're aware that when a prop gun is fired, a semi-automatic prop gun, that although nothing comes out of the barrel, that it has a prop load, correct?
Can you? What does a prop load mean?
So when you load a prop gun, a semi-automatic prop gun, you're putting prop rounds in the magazine.
Correct. Yes.
And the gun that you're talking about that you gave the defendant was a Glock semi-automatic prop gun, correct?
Correct.
And the way that gun works is the gun is fired. When it is fired, a cartridge ejects out of the side and the next round cycles. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Did you actually load the prop gun?
Yes.
What kind of ammunition did you use to load the prop gun?
It was the blank ammunition that came with it. I don't remember exactly what brand it was.
But you would agree it's a 9mm prop ammo. So it's a round, but instead of being, let me use what we got here. Now, approach on it.
You don't have to ask.
This is a 9mm hollow point, correct?
Yes, correct.
You know what a hollow point is, right?
Yes.
Hollow point at the tip, it's not fully jacketed. It doesn't come to a complete surface. It's got a hole in it. Is that
So I
correct?
get the point. Yes, correct.
And when this round is fired, the casing which is in the back, ejects out the side, and the bullet goes forward, right?
In a live gun, yes.
Yes. And the difference between this round, which is a real 9mm round, and what you loaded, is that instead of having a bullet, a projectile at the tip that fires, it actually has what is in essence a paper bullet, and it doesn't go anywhere, and nothing comes out of the barrel. Is that correct?
It's like crimped at the end, so it can't actually fire anything, yeah.
But it makes the sound, correct?
It does.
And it ends up putting out a muzzle flash, correct?
Yeah.
And it ejects the expended casing out of the side, correct?
That's correct.
So when you fire it, no bullet comes out, cartridge gets ejected, the gun automatically, semi-automatic, cycles the next round into the chamber, and you repeat for as many live rounds as you have. Is that correct?
Yep, correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding of how Hoffman works, correct.
One moment, George. Did you only communicate with the defendant by his cell phone number? I'm not going to give it, but you know the cell phone number that's been involved in this case, correct?
Yeah, it's all
I'm not going to name his cell phone number. Is that the only number that you communicated
with the defendant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you ever communicate with him on other apps, such as Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat?
With the defendant?
Yes.
No, the only other thing I might have communicated with him is through like, you know, you could iMessage, you could like send iMessages with your email sometimes. I might have used his email to message him before, never Signal or WhatsApp or WeChat.
Let me approach. This is People's 21. Is this the iMessage that you're talking about addressed?
Yep, that's the one. Yeah.
And when we say Luigi, that's another name for the defendant, is that right?
No one calls him Luigi, it's just an email address he made.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. How long before the search warrant was executed at the house in April 2022, the defendant's house, was it that you had brought over your guns and where you had left the Glock 43 magazine?
That was in, like I said, we went to the shooting range, but we were gonna go to the shooting range in summer of 2021. So July, August. I don't remember the exact date, but it was in that vicinity.
And you brought a number of guns there, is that right?
That day, I brought my two handguns.
And which handguns did you bring?
Smith & Wesson M&P 9, which is a 9mm, and Glock 42, which is a 3.8.
Okay. Do you know how it was that you ended up only leaving a Glock 43 magazine that didn't fit any of those guns there? How you managed to leave it there?
Well, because when we realized we couldn't go to the shooting range, I packed up my bag and I left the Glock 43 magazine out while we were drinking and just hanging out. That's when I was fidgeting around with it. The next day when I went to go pick up my stuff, I just grabbed the bag and I didn't grab the magazine because it was separate from my bag.
So it's your testimony that you have to be just fidgeting with this magazine that you had, that didn't fit any gun that you had with you, that you thought was a different magazine, that testimony.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm not further. Sure.
So look, you were asked if you found out that immediately after the incident, Relly demanded money from Rocky. If you were, let me withdraw that. You were asked if you found out immediately after the incident that Relly demanded money from Rocky. If you were coming in here just to keep, to help Rocky instead of telling the truth, would you have just come in here and said, yes, Rocky, let me withdraw that. Yes, this way. Ms. Levin asked you if Rocky told you immediately after the incident that he was being extorted by Relly, and you said, no, you didn't know immediately after. If you were coming in here just to help Rocky, wouldn't you have said, yeah, he told me immediately after?
And speculation both.
He gets to finish the question.
Even if we,
He gets to finish the question. Finish the question.
If you were coming in here just to help Rocky, would you have answered his question that yes, Rocky told you immediately after the incident that Relly was trying to extort you?
leading and speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, you were asked about why you didn't come forward, and the prosecutors and the detectives and the prop gun. Are you aware that Rocky told his lawyers from the outset that
Objection has been called.
and the lawyers were dealing?
It's an improper question.
Stop. It is. It calls for hearsay and it's irrelevant. The objection is sustained. Ask another question.
Do you know conversations Rocky's had with his lawyers?
Objection relevant, also has been called for hearsay.
Okay.
Motion to direct the council not to ask any questions in this line.
You feel a question is objectionable, lodge an objection. I'm not going to tell any lawyer how to ask questions.
I want to show you People's 41 in evidence.
What is that? That is the Glock 43 magazine that I left at his house that day.
Do you see any scratches on that at all?
Can I touch it?
Yeah, please.
No, it was brand new.
Has it ever been used?
That's been called for speculation. Stay.
How's it look to you?
It looks unused and brand new.
Now, you were asked about the ASAP ills and cross-examination. Do you know the condition of ills today?
My knowledge is up now.
Objection, that's been called for speculation and hearsay.
I'm sorry. I'm excuse me.
Now, you were asked about what Rocky told you about the incident repeatedly. Did Rocky tell you about it immediately after it happened?
Yes.
And was this an everyday topic of discussion in your life?
The incident?
Yeah.
No.
And do you know whether Rocky was told by his lawyers after his arrest
Objection.
not to discuss?
Objection. Your Honor, can the jury be instructed to ignore that question has been asked?
Questions are not evidence. All right. Mr. Siegel, I don't want you to ask any more questions about conversations that you or Mr. Tacopina had with your client. No more questions about that.
I have no more questions on anything.
All right.
Thank you.
Good, thanks.
Fluid. Wait, whoa,
I apologize.
hold on.
I'm sorry. So sorry.
You have anything?
No, I do not. Subject to.
Sorry.
All right, you can leave for now, but if you're notified to return, you must.
Understood. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Next witness. How much time? We still have it 55 minutes. Can you tell me how much time?
We'll just shoot that.
Oh, no, I understand. All right. All right, we'll recess till 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Your Honor, we approach.
I'll listen to what you have to say after the jury's on.
Well, we approach before you release, Your Honor. This has to do with the name. This has to do
Come on up, let me hear what you got to say.
Is this gonna be on record?
Yes.
Okay, hang on.
immediately, that's fine. We're in a position, we got new instructions, new cross-examination, and
All right, so it's just gonna end with Lewin being more of a person than Brad. So, you know, that is pretty much that. No, Michelle, is it Michelle, Michelle, or just like Michelle? How you say your name? It's always. But yeah, Rocky is not going to take the stand. He has waived his right to do so. So at this point, like we said, y'all, they are pretty much waiting on. They are pretty much waiting on the jury instructions that they are working on. They got about another 15 minutes, and then they're asking the jury to be outside of the court doors so that they can then begin to read the jury instructions. So, Stevie, I read your comment. CB. CB says that the defense said Rocky is not guilty of aggravated assault because he had a fake gun. A fake gun does not shoot bullets. Consequently, really could not be injured. And what CB is saying is that, however, my point is, fake or not, Rocky committed a crime. And so when we talk about when we look at that, I could agree with it. If that's what they're arguing, I can get with that. But what are the lesser charges? Are they going to be included? Because if we're talking about an aggravated assault for shooting, I'm going to say he's not guilty. I don't believe that they've proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the gun was real. I can't buy it. So I'm very interested in hearing the jury instructions to see if they choose to include any lesser charges and what those will be, and then understanding what the burden of proof or what the elements are in order to, you know, to prove that crime or not. So we shall see. We shall see what happens. As of now, I am trying to get us over to, we got about 15 minutes until we get to the other, excuse me. Sorry about that. Trying to get us over to the other trial that I want us to watch. I really wanted to watch the Zachary Hughes versus South Carolina, the twisted murder trial. This is where Zach has been charged of murdering Christina Parcell to death in Greer, South Carolina in October of 21. Parcell's boyfriend, John Mello, has also been charged with harassment and conspiracy for releasing explicit photos of Parcell. If convicted, Hughes could face up to life in prison for the shocking crime. Now, I don't know what's going on here, but it just sounds real twisted. It definitely sounds twisted. So the boyfriend is going up for conspiracy, and then some other guys going up for the M. Did they have something going on? Like how? What's the tea? So I really wanted us to watch this one, but it seems though as if the feed isn't actually doing anything right now. So we're gonna have to spin a block on that. We're gonna spin a block on that. As for that video that reported to show the shooting, I can't make out who's doing what to whom. Therefore, I discount the video. It proves absolutely nothing. However, the 911 caller verified after she had smoked a little weed, she stood up at the top of her balcony telling what happened. I mean, but again, they still need to prove if the gun was real or not. In my opinion, I think it matters. You know, I think it matters. Gosh, those people over there. Those people over there. So just give me a minute, y'all. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this her feed, because where is day one? I mean, part one of day one. Law and crime need to fix it. Charges. Oh, let's see. I'm trying to find it. Okay, so they had a pre-trial motions hearing was yesterday, but I feel like we need to open an argument so we can hear the storyline. Did y'all hear that Karen Reed motion to this Supreme Court motion to dismiss was denied? Let me go ahead and check Twitter. I've been on Twitter all day. Oh Lord. I wonder why they didn't produce the Dunkin' Donuts video. He told me he went to Dunkin' Donuts. Why they didn't produce the Dunkin' Donuts video? Oh, because Relly was lying. He was never there. Wait a minute. So this case has so many twists. The victim, Christina Purcell, fiance Brad Post, was charged after her murder, not with her murder, with 7 counts of sexual exploitation of minors, along with 1 count of criminal sexual conduct with a minor. A civil suit implicates Purcell's involvement as well. And they are going to argue today on how much, if any, the jury should hear, and if it has any relation to Zachary Hughes, the man on trial for her murder. Child, what? Right. Opening argument is supposed to be this morning, and that's why I'm trying to find out what's going on. Yes, the detective did say that those bullets was in the plastic, was in a black plastic bag, a Hearthstone from a Hearthstone. My new little verbiage they didn't taught me, y'all. They didn't tell me about the Hearthstone. Monica's trial is still going on. I know we're not actually watching Monica Cementilli. We're going to circle back around for closing arguments. And then we'll see what the verdict is, since we actually didn't watch this. I can't believe it. I mean, the prosecutor, she completely killed that case for me. If she would have just... Okay, wait a minute. Georgia school shooting. What's this about? The father of the alleged... Oh. Okay, Colin. Wasn't the mama found guilty? Or was the mom found not guilty? Oh, yeah, okay, I got a tow truck here real quick to come and get this car that I don't want no more. All right, y'all. I gotta meet the tow truck man, the tow man at the front, because they getting ready to tow my car, one of my cars. I'll be back. One All right, y'all. So, my level of irritation is through the roof, y'all. They didn't even take the car. Like, the man came for the car and all right, so let's see what we could do. Yeah, I can hear you. You ain't missed nothing, Miss Hogan. They are working on jury instructions. Rocky decided he's not going to testify. I was trying to find us the beginning of this twisted secrets murder trial, but I can't seem to find the first part of the trial from earlier today. So I don't know if Law and Crime decided not to. And then I also was out here searching for Jimmy Lee arraignment to see if they Timmy Harrington arraignment. Yeah, I don't see it. Let's see. I don't see any of the local stations there playing it either. Oh, CB, I do think that race could be an issue because whether what's his name? Whether Lewin recognizes it or not, he tried to make points off of cultural things that happen. Like, even though you're saying what did he say? You feel me, or insinuating that people should call the police, like just things that Black people just don't do. And I feel like it could play a card if people in the jury don't really understand, like Black people just don't go to the police offering information. Oh, Tay-K. And you must not have seen it. No, I'm not sure. I think so. Hopefully there's somebody that's on there that can be on the jury that can be like, yeah, you know, nobody in their right mind does that. No Black person anyway. Just jumps up and be like, yeah, let me call the police and tell them how to do the investigation. All right. 111 and the people ain't back yet. We supposed to be hearing jury instructions and we have yet to hear a thing. So I'm getting frustrated, to be honest. I wasn't anticipating a break this early and it just kind of threw my entire morning off. I think I missed the meeting too. I did miss the meeting. I never attended anyway. Let's see. And then a lot of people are also watching the Boswell, where the Tennessee mom, Megan Boswell, is accused of killing her 15-month-old girl. I don't think I could watch that one. I don't like crimes that involve children. I really don't. In fact, the judge didn't know what Twilby meant when he said we was out. Hey, Flesh of the Gods. Hey, Che. He absolutely didn't. He didn't. I don't think he pull up to the crib, pull up. Like, yeah. Hopefully they got somebody up there that know how to translate. That's all I can say. Hopefully somebody can translate for the folks. The translator is definitely needed. Let's see what they're talking about on Twitter. If anything, right? Because nobody's saying anything on Twitter either, y'all. I might end the stream because the way they moving today they got me a little sleepy over here. Flesh of the Gods is in the building. She said he read that off the streets of Twitter. I'm tired, y'all. I'm not even gonna hold you. I really am. I really wish we had something else to watch though. Well, we were supposed to get into Dan Markle anyway next. So let's see if we can find that. Because we were supposed to watch that ahead of Donna's trial. All right, so let me show y'all this.
Her family. It's another twist in a case that spanned more than a decade. You might remember the Dan Markel murder case. He was in a terrible custody battle with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. From there, it was a tangled web and messy situation that turned into cold-blooded murder. So after the divorce, Wendy wanted to move her and Dan's children from Tallahassee hours south to Miami to be with her family.
In the context of discussing the relocation issue with involving you and your children moving to South Florida, did you say that Charlie, your brother, this defendant, had explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost either $15,000 or $50,000?
No.
And did you have a conversation with Jeffrey Lacasse at your residence that night where you said you wanted to share something in confidence with him?
No.
Did you ever say that your brother had seriously hired a hitman where you weren't repeating the joke? You
No.
were serious.
So her brother stepped in. He turned to his sometimes girlfriend, friends with benefits. You get the picture. He went to Catherine McBanawa, who also worked in his office. She then went to the father of her children, Sigfredo Garcia, who also brought along gang member Luis Rivera. And those two assassinated Dan Markel in his own driveway back in 2014, even traveling all the way from South Florida up north to Tallahassee to carry out the murder. But here's the thing. Some of the huge players involved almost got away scot-free. Now, Sigfredo Garcia was arrested in May of 2016, nearly 2 years after Dan was murdered. His partner in crime, Luis Rivera, arrested a day before him, both on first-degree murder. And Catherine was arrested 5 months later, also charged with first-degree murder. And we know where it goes from there. If you don't, Luis pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 19 years in prison in October of 2016. Catherine and the father of her children, Sigfredo, rolled the dice and went to trial. Now, Sigfredo was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. But Catherine's first trial ended in a mistrial. But the second go around, she was convicted and sentenced to life in prison too. It feels like the dominoes would just fall as they did, right? Well, not necessarily. Because why would those three plan to kill a beloved FSU law professor who they have no ties to? Well, the tie was Charlie Adelson. Now, Charlie is very important to the story. Why? Because the FBI caught him on a recording admitting to paying Catherine for her role in the hit job.
Give me a quick recap because like what exactly on the text?
And I'm not asking you to do anything about it at all.
Go ahead.
But the person said, so you don't take me serious. And you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, the person says, so you don't take me serious, and you have some calling me up, Katie's baby daddy. So, and then it was like, so you don't know what, so you don't, or something, and then there was something about his money for you. And then there was something about like, you don't respect what was done for you.
Now, that was just a snippet of many FBI wiretaps on Charlie, but the FBI caught someone else on that wiretap too.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this Sammy? Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so
Senora Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
Yeah, my grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my voicemail.
Right, I did.
Yeah.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who was in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously.
Listen, you can tell me all you want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because Katie was being taken care of with her.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything. I
talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me.
I'll pull you
Bye.
back.
So Charlie was later convicted on November 6th of 2023, and he was later sentenced to prison. But the week following his conviction, Donna was shockingly arrested. She and her husband Harvey were boarding a flight to Vietnam when the FBI swooped in and arrested her. And we just have to mention Harvey Adelson wasn't arrested, nor does he face any charges in connection to this case. Now back to Donna. The then 73-year-old hasn't been out of jail since her arrest in November of 2023. Donna, unlike Charlie, hasn't been tried for her role in her former son-in-law's murder just yet. Her case kept getting pushed back and back and back. But in October, a judge ruled she had to get new defense attorneys because she tried to use the same ones as Charlie, and the judge ruled that would be a conflict. So now she has 2 new attorneys. But now it appears we're seeing what her defense might be come trial, that she was blackmailed by Catherine. And she's getting help to make that claim from fellow inmates. Yeah, you heard that right. Donna told the court this week that women inside the jail told her Catherine McBanowa set up the Adelsons to get a reduced sentence. This isn't the first time we're hearing this defense. Charlie also said Catherine framed him for the murder. But the question remains, why would Catherine target Dan Markel, who she didn't know or live anywhere near? But that's a matter for a jury to decide. As for Donna, her attorneys filed a motion for the 2 inmates she says can help in her defense to depose them now because they're set to be released from jail soon. And they're worried they might not be able to locate them before her trial because the inmates are reported drug users. Now, the judge denied that motion because he didn't see prior drug use as a sure indicator that they wouldn't show up for trial. So it looks like it'll be a wait and see if they'll be called to testify during Donna's trial. There's so much to break down with this case, so let's bring on Tallahassee-based criminal defense attorney Kathleen Bogenschutz. Kathleen, always great to see you. First I got to ask you, what's your reaction to Donna Adelson wanting to use inmates from jail to help in her defense?
So I know it seems shocking to a lot of people who are, I guess, observers, but it's really not unusual for someone to file a motion to perpetuate testimony in a criminal case. However, what's unusual is the reasons why they're moving to perpetuate testimony. So usually you'll get someone moving to perpetuate testimony on a 95-year-old or someone who has a chronic illness or has a very serious form of cancer and they're not sure where their next treatment is going to take them, or some other serious health problem that might cause them not to be able to either travel to the trial or be able to testify, or we don't know if they're going to be in the right mind to testify. I recall doing it on somebody who was in the very early stages of Alzheimer's at one point in time. So that was something that we wanted to jump on immediately. So, or for people that are in the military, that's another common reason to do it, because when Uncle Sam deploys you, they're not going to ship you back to come testify at my murder trial. So, perpetuating testimony is kind of conducted the same way a trial is. A lot of times there's a camera. The judge is present. You object at certain times. Well, actually, I've seen versions of it where the judge is not present, but the attorneys make objections and you just continue on, and it ends up being editing. But in this case, they have somehow manifested, I guess, an intent to continue using drugs on the outside or when they're finally released. That doesn't really rise to the level of perpetuating testimony unless somebody is saying, I am planning on overdosing immediately when I leave the jail. That might rise to the standard of perpetuating testimony, and also potentially a Baker Act in Florida. I think it's kind of an extreme example. So in this case, it's not unusual that inmates would have been the ones talking to Katie McBanowa. She was in custody from, I think, the summer of 2016 in Leon County, and she wasn't convicted until the spring of 21. Check my math on that. But it was basically almost 5 years because of COVID and because she had some health problems. And there were also 2 trials where the first one was a mistrial, rather infamously. So she was in there for quite a period of time in the Leon County Jail. I'm sorry to ramble here. You have to remember the Leon County Jail it's a small town. Like, it's not a large jail. There's 1 female pod. So yeah, they would be mixing together in that. It's not like the Miami jail or the New York jail system. It's not unusual.
Exactly. And, come to find out for our viewers, this might be a little surprise to a lot of people, is that I actually used to live in Tallahassee and I've covered a couple stories there about the Leon County Jail when during my time there. So I'm very familiar kind of with just how small, as you had mentioned, that jail population is, especially for the female population. But I want to ask you, do you buy this claim that even Charlie Adelson and now Donna Adelson are using, that they were blackmailed by Catherine McBanowa? I think it takes a lot to kind of make that claim given this whole background of the case, because I guess in my mind, I'm always thinking, well, why would she have the motive to hire the father of her children who hired, Luis Rivera to carry out this assassination of Dan Markel? But do you buy the Donna and Charlie claim that they're being blackmailed by Katie?
No, I don't. And I don't think this is Donna's best defense. And I'm using her first name, obviously, because we got several Adelsons involved. But I really don't think this is her best defense. Her best defense is Charlie hoodwinked me. I'm just not sure she can psychologically go there. That, I believed my son, and I know he is who he is, but I wanted to believe him, and he's my baby. And that's a better defense here, especially because generally speaking, immediate family members cannot be charged with accessory after the fact of a crime in the state of Florida. So that's an amazing defense for her, because she is certainly an immediate family member. Your mother, I think, would probably be the most immediate family member you have. So that's what I think is her best defense. I'm not representing her. And then you put on this very sympathetic picture of a mother who just wants to help her child and might be a little too involved in his life. But, I want to err on something. I want to err on being too involved with my kids. And you could put on a whole dog and pony show with that, instead of this kind of convoluted who's extorting who kind of story here. I just don't think that any of the Adelsons are capable of, stepping back from it and looking at it coldly, essentially.
Right, because these are very serious stakes as well, too. Donna's facing a lengthy sentence, just like her son was as well, too. And, I do also want to ask you, as a criminal defense attorney, do you think that the state has enough to convict Donna for her alleged role in Dan Markel's murder?
Well, a judge certainly thought that there was probable cause to sign off on an arrest warrant. I certainly think that their case got better when she ran. So you could teeter on whether or not there was enough to convict her. And I will, let me digress for a second. I was a prosecutor in this office for this current Tallahassee office for 3 years after I was prosecutor in a different county for 9 years. And so when I joined the office, I volunteered to do some teaching, like to teach other prosecutors. And it was other prosecutors from other circuits coming in for a sex crimes lecture. And that's what I was doing. And the first question I had after I went through this very complicated, explanation of similar fact evidence was, when are they going to charge the mother? And they had just tried this case up here, and I knew exactly who they were talking about. So I do know that there are several, that there's other jurors who think that there's enough. It's enough if a jury says it's enough, is my opinion.
Yes, it's a lot.
I don't know what else is out there. We don't know what we don't know, and they're obviously trying to keep some things close to the vest.
I just want to show CB. I'm gonna bring us back to this point. We're at 14:18, but CB, I'm gonna show you a little matrix of that they showed us a little earlier of all the many people who were involved. Maybe it's back here. Here we go. So there we go. So this is the brother. This is Wendy's brother, and this is Wendy's family. And that's Wendy. Wendy was married to Dan, and these are her parents. And that's her brother. And then her brother basically, worked with these individuals to get Dan killed because they were divorcing and she wanted to move back with her family, which was hours away in Florida. But he being, I guess, the better suited parent, he won the custody agreement, and they arranged for him to have him killed. So he's currently facing life. She's facing life. He pled to, was it Rivera that pled to second degree murder? I think both. He got like 19 years, and then this, I can't think of what Garcia got. But the mom she's also charged with the murder, and so she's going up for trial.
I did want to talk about is that she appeared on Zoom and she did testify, and a lot of people were shocked about that. And I wasn't, and nor should anybody that works in criminal defense. Who else is going to be able to get this information from other inmates than an inmate? So she would have had to testify to it as to this information, as to why she needed to perpetuate this testimony. So not shocking that either she or another inmate would be the one bringing forth this information to court.
And I think also, too, a lot of people have this lingering question of where Wendy Adelson fits into all of this, you know, and I do want to stress to our viewers that she's not been criminally charged in connection to her ex-husband's death. But I want to know, where do you think that she fits into all of this? Do you see her testifying in her mom's trial? Do you see that it'll be different from her testimony in her brother's trial or even Catherine's trial? Where do you think she fits all into her mom's upcoming trial?
Going back to the class I taught, I think it was back in, must have been 18 or 19 after the first trial, pre-COVID. One of the other prosecutors, after the first one, said, "When are you charging the mother?" And I'm like, "This isn't my case, man. I don't know anything." And the girl next to her said, "Those emails." So I do think that, you know, if the state really wants to bring out those emails and just, I mean, some of those emails are just like, this is not the workings of a mind that is functioning well, where she's talking about dressing the kids up and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So, and I frankly, if I were the defense, I would be moving to keep all of those out or trying to redact portions of it, because some of it is just so offensive to certain, you know, I guess the entire community. I would say certain sectors of the community, but no, I think everyone. It would be pretty offensive to everyone, because it would just be so prejudicial in front of the jury. And I'm sure we're going to see motions like that to keep certain ones of those things out, particularly as it goes to, like, you know, Hitler and Nazis and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So but without Wendy, you're not introducing those emails.
Mm.
Because
and those emails were hard to kind of see as well, too.
How you picture grandma as somebody who's baking cookies, and especially when they're being read in conjunction with some of the audio that where you can hear her pushing the kids on the swings in the background. And like that one was the for me, like she's pushing these kids on the swings while she's talking about this stuff on the phone about their father.
Yeah. It's just horrible, horrible stuff. I do want to talk about Charlie a little bit here. Now, late last month, Judge Everett denied a motion for resentencing Charlie. What do you make of that, especially given Charlie continues to appeal it?
So I get the feeling they're probably going to try to file a motion for reconsideration. Again, not unusual. They probably could have skipped a couple steps by just going directly back to the trial court in order to establish a record about the conflict issues. Because remember, we have
So this is Zachary versus thank you, D Wood. We do have one more super chat to reach our goal. So if you want to participate, you're more than welcome to jump in. So right now we've switched over to the Twisted. This is called the Twisted Secrets Murder Trial, which is South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. I don't really know much about it, but I just kind of got intrigued because Zachary is accused of killing a young lady. And the boyfriend is also accused of conspiracy, but there's also some type of like, I don't want to I don't want to misspeak when I say this because it's a pretty vicious accusation. Sexual exploitation of minors with one count of criminal sexual conduct with a minor. And so they are trying to see how much, if any of that, is going to come into this case, because there's a civil suit that kind of says the victim was kind of involved. So I don't know. It's a weird case, y'all. I'm trying to figure out how these people are all connected. It's a lot going on here. Let's see what the judge said. Oh, those snappy glasses.
Jury panel back in.
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring them in.
Okay, we were waiting for the jury. And these is going to be opening arguments. No, it's not another Butch trial, Kate Talley. I hope not. This one is, it's a murder, so I don't know. We got to hear the opening arguments, okay? So we can get the gist of the story, because it just seems very interesting that he's not the boyfriend, but he's charged with her murder. The boyfriend is charged with conspiracy. I wonder if they know each other or not. And the boyfriend has these other charges related to the sexual exploitation of minors and that sexual assault of a minor. And they're saying that Parcell may have been involved in that. So I'm just curious on how this all ties in and what story is the prosecution going to tell. So we're going to listen to these opening arguments. So just stay tuned.
Harriman Jackson.
Jackson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
I am a paralegal for the Lawrence County Attorney.
Back in October of 2021, where were you employed then?
Greenville County Forensics.
Okay, yeah, we got to get the feed. Hold on.
I was a forensic evidence.
Dang, y'all, I thought I was really doing something. I thought I had it going on. Obviously not, huh? Obviously not. We need opening arguments. We can't be jumping in on testimony.
Let me ask you a question. In May of 2023, was there a home visit by defect where they told you there would be monthly home visits?
No, sir, not at that location.
Not at that location. What location did you have contact with defects?
I had contact with defects in my home recent here in Bethlehem. I received a phone call at 10:30 at night from a defects caseworker that gave me instruction to get in my car and come pick up my younger children from Fitzgerald, Georgia, that they were in great danger.
That would have been in June of 2023, or no? That would have been, you moved to the residence you're talking about there. It was 896 Harrison Mill Road.
Yes.
And that was also a rental?
Yes.
And you signed the lease to move in there on June 23rd of 2023? So this would have been after June 23rd of 2023?
Yes.
And you're saying that you had no contact with DFACS prior to that?
No, sir.
And when you moved, and when did you get the call to go pick up your kids from Fitzgerald?
So, let's see, that must have been, probably I'd say it's about 8 months into that lease. I can't remember exact dates. My wife and I were separated, and it was just Colt and I living at that home and that residence at the time, and we've been there probably, we signed a 2-year lease, we've been there for a little over half a year, I'd say.
Okay. Would it have been that fall, 2023?
Coming up on it, yes, sir. I would say it was before Halloween.
And so you went and got the kids and brought them to that location?
Correct. I drove down to Fitzgerald that next morning with no understanding of why I was being brought down there, and they laid out why I was there. And due to the hair follicle test with my ex-wife, and with the danger that they were in, and I needed to take those children.
And when you brought the kids up in October of 2023, you did not enroll them in school, did you?
I did, yes, sir. I enrolled Coley Jr. in Austin Road Elementary, and Jenny Green was enrolled in Hangman Morris.
When did you enroll?
I don't know, shortly after they got there. I think it wasn't too long, because I didn't want them to fall behind and whatnot, but I also wanted to give them a little bit of time to process what had happened, and just, let them kind of get settled with their new surroundings.
But you did not enroll Colt in school until the next August, correct?
Yes, sir, that's
Okay,
correct.
so from October to August, he was not in school.
Yeah, he was homeschooling.
He was homeschooling with you?
Online, yes.
Online, were you following that?
Yes, sir, I was.
You signing off on things?
What's that?
Were you like signing off on things on the computer?
In the beginning, I was, and he was, he was into it and doing well. And then the more things kind of unfolded with my ex-wife, things kind of escalated on her side of things, and he wasn't as attentive to it as he should have been. So.
How long was he doing the online programs? Was he doing it from that October all the way to the end of the school year?
He was off and on. In the beginning, he was on it, doing what he should have been doing. And as, like I said, as things happened, he kind of slacked off. And the nature of what was being done, said, and escalation-wise, I realized it was very hard for him to concentrate as it was for all of us.
Now, this residence is 896 Harrison Mill Road in Wynker. We already established that that was a rental, correct?
Yes, sir.
So do you still have the ability to go back to that residence if you make a bond?
If I make a bond, I have a little sister, retired law enforcement, that I'm going to be able to stay with her.
And where does she live?
She lives in Cherokee County.
Just a second. I never got here.
Can you redirect?
There you are. All right, you come down this way. Any additional? There you are. Witnesses from the state.
Your Honor, we do have a few. We have Terry McElhannon. He's the grandfather of one of the victims, Taylor Jones.
Okay, before we do that, I would like to invoke the rule of sequestration on the state's witnesses.
Your Honor, these are just victim impact statements. They're not something that's subject to the rule of sequestration. It's not a evidentiary hearing.
Yeah, we didn't know what they were doing. So, assuming they are giving victim impact testimony. I'll deny the request if you have any that are providing any sort of evidence, and I would grant the request.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. McElhaney? Aaron, do you want him on the witness stand or stand at the podium?
Let's just go ahead and go.
Thank you. Mr. McMahon, you could raise your right hand quickly. Swear the testimony given by now, any full support with the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Okay. If you could just quickly introduce yourself to the court portion, write your name down, stuff, relaxing.
Jerry McElhaney. Actually, Taylor's dad, his dad's son, picture from dad and grandpa all in one.
Mr. McElhaney, we're here to discuss the issue of whether or not Mr. Colin Gray should be getting granted a bond. If you have something to say on that matter, please address the court.
This is my court. And now, 5 months later,
Yeah, I can't win or lose. What the heck is going on? Oh, this the end of their little. Okay.
their minds are wrong. I went to school on that day, September 4th, and I could not find Taylor. I asked several cops where she was. No response did I get. They set up a command center in the middle of the flagpole area, and to no avail, nobody knew where Taylor was. I was told by a student on the football field Taylor was shot. Hours went by. Panic set in on my behalf. No one knew where she was. When she was put on the helicopter to Flagpole, she did not even know her name. And she was transferred to Grady as a Jane Doe. Still, nobody knew who she was. Mr. Grady's caused this. Look at Taylor now. He has a hole in her leg, a metal rod there, and he seeks freedom today. My child, my girl, lost her freedom. We are still dealing with doctors, therapy, and a whole lot of other matters that we can't take in. You took her volleyball playing away from her. You took her childhood away from her. She's only 14 now, 15. Why should your son and you have freedom when she has none of it? She cannot do what she wants to do. She can't do anything on her own.
The witness that was going to be coming in this afternoon is not going to be coming in because both sides have come to an agreement on what the witness would say. It's another stipulation. So who's going to? I'll read it here. All right. So listen to what he's going to say. This has been agreed to, stipulated. Go ahead.
The people in the defense stipulate that the prop gun testified about in this case would have ejected 2 fired cartridge cases as it was fired. The fired cartridge cases previously marked as People's Exhibit 32 were not fired from the prop gun. So stipulated this.
Whoa.
All right, I'm going to read the jury instructions to you now. And if I just read them, I think it's not going to make sense because you're going to get self-defense instructions. And you might think, well, why are we getting self-defense instructions? Here's why. So, and that will, I think, make it a little easier.
That's crazy. So the state and the defense just stipulated that the prop gun, if shot, would have dispensed cartridges. So there would have been shells on the ground if it was used, right? They also stipulated that the bullets that or casings that was introduced into evidence by Relly, because remember he was the one who went back and collected them, would not have come from that prop gun. What y'all think? What y'all think? Because it kind of sounds like to me that they just conceded to the fact that a prop gun was used. I'm gonna run it back. I'm gonna run that little part back there again so y'all can hear it. But it sounds like to me they just conceded to it being a prop gun.
Fired cartridge case. The people in the defense stipulate that the prop gun testified about in this case would have ejected 2 fired cartridge cases as it was fired. The fired cartridge cases previously marked as People's Exhibit 32 were not fired from the prop gun. So stipulate this.
All right, the court accepts this. Thank you. All right, I'm going to read the jury instructions to you now. And if I just read them, I think it's not going to make sense because you're going to get self-defense instructions. And you might think, well, why are we getting self-defense instructions? Here's why. So, and that will, I think, make it a little easier.
And then the feed cut off. Y'all, what y'all think about that? I need y'all to tap into the chat. Like, I see what B thinks. B wants to know, well, why take it to the jury? It sounds like to me that they conceded to a prop gun. Now, I could just be wishful thinking because I don't feel like they proved that it was a prop gun or they didn't prove it was a prop gun or a real gun. What y'all think? You just want to get coffee? Yes, girl. So Kim, the state and the defense they stipulated that the prop gun, if that was testified about, would have dispensed shell casings. And the casings that they have been introduced into evidence, the ones that really collected, would not have come from the prop gun. So where does this lead us? What are y'all thinking? To me, it sounds like that you all just conceded to the fact that a prop gun was used. If that is the case, again, I don't see how y'all intend on getting him a conviction on one or the other. Because now y'all are saying like, oh, it was a prop gun. So is it going to come down to really believing it was a prop gun or not? Like, did he think it was a prop gun or not? Did his actions reflect one of a person who thought that the person that they were beefing with had a real gun? Because let's look at it. Y'all walk up on each other. Y'all tussle. It's pulled out. Everybody walks away. You continue to follow the person who you know has a real gun because you've allegedly seen it. It's been pointed at you, is what he said, right? It was pointed at his body, his stomach, his chest, his head. It was pointed at him. You then come around a corner and you claim that he shot at you, at least one. And after this first shot, you are aggressively trying to get back towards the person who you allege has this real gun. A second shot goes off and you still tussling out here on the ground. You're not trying to run. You're not trying to get away. Excuse me. You're not trying to run. You're not trying to get away. You pretty much conceded to that. I just don't know. Shay says, in my opinion, the state did concede that was a prop gun and that really made up his story. Okay, because not only did you say the prop gun would have dispensed casings, you said that the casings that were found by allegedly Relly did not come from that prop gun. That's why he kept following him. If it's a prop, how did Relly get the cement scrapes? Baby, they was down there tussling. Him and Ills was going at it. Now he might have roughed Ills up. I don't know. But he most definitely punched something. He punched something. Maybe he swung and missed Shay and caught himself with his knuckles on the ground. I don't know. Baby girl from the window said she saw somebody hit the floor. So it could have been really catching himself with his knuckles. And allowing a self-defense jury instructions when you can defend others in California. You can. I don't know the California rules, Brittany girl. Keep me honest. Keep me honest. Somebody must have told Lewin, don't let really play with your career player. But you mean to say it's self-defense, but it's still get, now wait a minute, hold on. So you mean they can say it's self-defense, but still not get charged with the brandishing? It was not a bullet grave. And Queen is saying yes to B. I don't know, y'all. We gotta see. We gotta see how this is gonna play out, because I feel like that was a game changer. That was like a buzzer beater, in my opinion. Jury deliberations are apparently not being streamed. Is what is what Mel, you got. I'm a lawyer, but Mel has just said, and to me, it seems like they conceded. I'm sorry. The state just stipulated that the 2 shell casings really found were not fired from the prop gun. I mean, they could still be arguing that, yeah, it wasn't fired from a prop gun, it was fired from a real gun. And I mean, we may hear that in closing arguments, but child, it sounds like y'all conceded to that. Y'all, the news be adding new folks to the mix all the time. I have no idea who these people are. I want to hear the jury instructions too. I want to hear the jury instructions too. We're gonna jump back over here. It's Susie, Georgia school shooter.
I want to thank y'all for allowing me to speak today. We're here because of Mr. Gray's indifference, or because he just simply didn't care. I'm not here for vengeance, but to seek justice for my daughter, Taylor Jones. Because of his stupidity, he bought his son an assault rifle, not a BB gun, an assault rifle, knowing the mental challenges that they have. His son made a threat at the prior school, and when he came to Appalachia 2 days later, he carried out his threats. He had a plan of action where he made a hide and concealed his rifle, the rifle that he bought, Stephen, and carried out his plan of terror on the school, the victims, the faculty, and the staff. He hurt many students, and he killed 4, 2 adults and 2 children. One was my daughter's greatest friend. My daughter has injuries, and she was flying by to that day, except for the care that she had received. The blood transfusions, which she actually read out on the telephone. She received the best care at the trauma center at Drayton, and after many surgeries, not just one, many, she had steel rod placed in her leg, and we're still hoping that she will recover. As of right now, she still cannot walk. We spent 94 consecutive days in 4 different hospitals. We started at Grady Trauma. We went there to Children's Health Care of Atlanta, CHOA for short. We left there, went north to Arthur Blank, and then we went back to CHOA. And after many visits, I can't count them all, we spent at the ER at Northeast Georgia at night when the pain was so bad that she could not stand it. There have been countless nights of sleep, no sleep, dealing with this tragedy that she has Mr. Gray and his son carried out a act of terrorism by buying a gun for him. And he should stay in jail as far as I'm concerned, as far as Texas. Just stay there. Our lives have been changed and in
since my son was murdered on September 4th, 2024. I'm still torn on which should be allowed to happen. I feel that the sheer irresponsibility of Mr. Gray's parent brought my feeling of that she has raised my son. Mason had a great and very future ahead. He was an amazing son, brother, and friend, and he loved unconditionally. He possessed an innocence that you could not imagine. For the turmoil that Mr. Gray felt, and Colonel Simpson's report. At the end of the day, I hope that move on his granted. And honestly, I'm very under the prison. And him not to allow him to have any impact or influence on any of the children.
Was Richard's father-in-law.
Mr. Zink, take your time. We're here to discuss bail today. If you would address the judge and about the.
ER, M-E-R-H-O-R.
And what we're here to talk about today is bond for Mr. Gray. If you could address the judge and let them know your feelings about bond without going into any of the facts of the case that you may or may not personally.
So I will say that I struggled personally with the thought of letting I was trying to Mr. Gray out on bond. It turns into honestly a matter of letting the judicial system do its job, where he can remain in protective custody, or he's released to the public, where you have more of a chance of street justice taking place. Since my son was murdered on September 4th, 2024, I'm still torn on which should be allowed to happen. I feel that the sheer irresponsibility of Mr. Gray's parent brought my feeling of which he has raised my son. Mason had a bright and hairy future ahead of him. He was an amazing son, brother, and friend, and he loved him unconditionally. He possessed an innocence that you could not imagine. the turmoil that Mr. Gray has encouraged us to report. At the end of the day, I hope that move on to his grave. And honestly, I'm very under the person. And then not to allow him to have any impact or influence on any of the children.
Thank you, ma'am. No question. Let me know. I'm assuming.
I think the audio is bad on all the feeds, y'all.
Can you raise your right hand? Yes, sir. Okay, good. You swear the testimony given that night and nothing before the court, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Could you introduce yourself and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Kevin Zink, Z-I-N-K-E. I was Richard's father-in-law.
Mr. Zink, take your time. We're here to discuss bail today. If you would address the judge about the impact this has had on your family.
It's been a tremendous impact in a negative way. We've all been devastated by this. I lost not only a son-in-law, but a close friend. Miss Ricky every day. Every single day. We are blessed with his children, and my wife and I get to spend more time than we should with them. Absolutely more time than we should ever have to spend with them. I love them, but it's just a daily reminder that Ricky is gone. Ricky is no longer with us. And he was a positive impact on those children. Absolutely a dedicated father, involved in every aspect of their lives. And it's just so hard to look at them and be joyful for them. And they are beautiful. My condolences actually go out to all of the victims of this tragedy. D.A. Smith said to me in the very beginning, you do not have to be struck by the bullet to be a victim of this. And I couldn't agree more. There have been so many victims and so many people have come forward. And I really had a statement prepared, but I'm not going to read it. I would like to thank the first responders and the sheriff's department that reacted so quickly. I know they saved lives, and they've been so involved with us since. And the sheriff himself and Lieutenant Wilkerson and all of them have just been so helpful in getting us through this. And as far as the bail goes, I know there's criteria that have to be met. And I'm not going to stand here and judge anyone. It's not my position here. But I do know from, I don't know, the facts that have come out during the original hearing that Mr. Gray's actions are responsible for what has taken place. I mean, him buying, I did write down one part that I don't even have to read it, that the statement about a shooter's outfit. When you buy a complete shooter's outfit for a 14-year-old boy, what is supposed to be the outcome of that? The consequences were grave. The decisions he made were unimaginable. I don't know how anybody could do what he did and buy those things for a 14-year-old boy and then not have any supervision, no involvement, no positive parental involvement. And I have 5 wonderful children and have been so involved in their lives and would not trade. I don't know how you can just I don't know how you can just live with yourself sometimes. I don't know. Because this is horrific. You have devastated the lives of, like Richard said, the whole state, the whole country. This is a devastating act, and I just don't understand. It just makes me so angry when I heard my wife is devastated. She is a ray of sunshine. You've taken her best friend. We did more family activities together than you can imagine. Every chance we did. And Ricky was just a huge part of that. I mean, he was just the most giving person I've ever known. And just a positive influence. I don't think anybody would disagree. He was an excellent mentor. He loved his students. He loved all of his team. He loved everything. He loved life. And you have taken the life of just a fantastic person. And it's just, I haven't slept well since. I really haven't. This has just been extremely devastating. So, like I said, it's not my place to judge, but I would, at this point, seeing the actions and what has come of them, and if one of the criteria is a threat to society, then I can clearly see where bail should not be allowed for that reason alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you. All right, we have a brief audio recording from the wife of Richard Aspinwall, Shana Wall.
It's simply audio.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it is set up to, right now, can we try?
My name is Shana Aspinwall. I am the wife of Ricky Aspinwall. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express my feelings about Colin Gray and his potential bond release. For the benefit of the court and for the protection of the process, I want to keep my statement short at this time. However, here is what I know and what I feel. Colin Gray knowingly allowed his minor son to have access to an assault weapon. There is absolutely no justifiable reason for any parent to let their minor child, particularly one who has shown some signs of concerning behavior, to have access to an assault weapon. The outcome of Colin Gray's decision was predictable. Along with the families of the other victims, my 5-year-old, my 2-year-old, and I are now forced to live with the consequences of Colin Gray's choice. Colin Gray has clearly demonstrated for all the world to see the type of judgment he possesses. Someone with this type of judgment should not be allowed into the outside world. My children and I, along with the other victims of the Gray family's actions, deserve better. We humbly ask that you deny any release. Thank you.
Lastly, Your Honor, we have a written statement from David Phoenix, PhD.
And Your Honor, Mr. Phoenix is one of the victims of the assault. It is my understanding that Colin Gray is seeking bond to be released from custody until his trial date. This statement is to express my vehement opposition to Mr. Gray's request. Appalachia High School, the city of Winder, Bexar County, and the surrounding communities are in the middle of a healing process due to the events of September 4th. September 4th was filled with hurt, hatred, and darkness, caused by a 14-year-old student whose actions were driven by the decisions, choices, and actions of his father, Colin Gray. As a result of these choices and actions, the amount of pain that was inflicted on the school and the surrounding communities was unmeasurable. Lives were lost, people were hurt both physically and mentally, spouses were widowed, parents lost their children, and children lost their parents. There's a great degree of everlasting pain and hurt that will never go away, and always be felt by students, parents, and members of the community. For me personally, I was shot twice, once in the hip and once in the foot. I spent 8+ days in the intensive care unit at Piedmont Athens Hospital. I've had 2 surgeries that involved rebuilding my hip, as well as multiple follow-up appointments to the orthopedic surgeons, physical therapists, personal counselors, as well as other medical doctors. While my diagnosis is good and there will be lasting effects from these injuries that will impact and affect me throughout the rest of my life. Our school and community are slowly healing from an immeasurable amount of pain. We have come a long way from 5+ months ago. Releasing Mr. Gray on bond would essentially rip off the bandage of that healing and create the very anxiety, hurt, and pain that we are trying to heal from. Mr. Gray does not deserve bond based on the inexplainable decisions and choices that prompted the deadly actions of his son on September 4th. Conversely, our school and surrounding community deserve peace of mind and comfort knowing Colin Gray is behind bars. It is for these reasons that I'm asking you to deny the bond of Colin Gray. David Phoenix.
That's all we have to say. Argument?
It's okay if I just stand here?
Yes, sir.
Of course, the event took place September 4th last year. Certainly devastated the community. Many of the people who testified lost people and injured.
Mr. Grady, let me get you to at least pull that microphone towards you.
Like scoot around.
You can, or you can go to the podium where there's a microphone. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem, Judge. And we certainly see from the witnesses that testified and all of the things that we've seen in the newspaper, it's evoked a lot of emotion with everybody in this community. This is an unusual case. There have not been any cases of this type tried, only one that I know of in the United States where a parent has been charged with crimes of their child. I would like to point out, of course, as the judge knows, Mr. Gray is innocent until he goes to trial. He's found guilty by a jury of his peers with competent evidence. That's not taken place yet. The purpose of the pretrial bond is not to punish him before his conviction. And that's why we have set out certain standards. The ABA back in 1968 set up standards. The courts here in the state adopted those standards. Cases that came shortly thereafter, Lane versus the state at 247 Georgia, 387, Burge versus the state at 238, 88, Ayala versus the state at 262, 704. All of these cases set out a criteria. The criteria is 4 different areas. One, that a person poses no significant risk of fleeing from the jurisdiction of the court or failing to appear in court when required. The state has the burden of proving each of these 4 areas would be in violation. They have not done that. There's been no evidence that's been presented as to the first area, which is the fleeing the jurisdiction. He has been in Georgia all of his life. He's lived in and around this area. The state pointed out that he had moved a number of times. However, all of the moves are within a fairly short area. The second, poses no significant threat or danger to any person, to the community, or any property of the community. The state has not shown that he would pose any significant danger. He had a misdemeanor marijuana charge 26 years ago. That's the only thing that the state has been able to show the court from that standpoint. Number three, poses no significant risk of committing any felonies while out on bond. The state has not shown that he would be subject to committing any felonies. He's, I think, 54 years old. This is the first time that he's been in any trouble other than the 1999 marijuana. Poses no significant risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. The state has not brought any witnesses before this court to show that he would be any significant risk of intimidating any witnesses. He's been in custody for all this time, has not caused any problems while there. In custody, has not attempted to contact any witnesses or intimidate any witnesses while he's been there, nor is any of his family. For those reasons, Judge, he certainly is eligible for bond. We feel that the court should grant him a reasonable bond under the Iowa guidelines and ask the court to give him a reasonable bond for that reason. Thank you.
Your Honor, under 1761, a court shall be authorized to release a person on bail. Not that you have to, but you're authorized to release a person on bail if the court finds all of these factors. First one being that the defendant poses no significant risk of fleeing. Your Honor, I think the evidence today has shown that he has no ties to this community. The closest he could come to were some sisters and daughters that live in the metro area, is the best we've heard. He has a history before the crime. He had an incredible history of moving. He had 7 different residences in 5 years. Hall County, Forsyth County, Ben Hill County, which is almost in Florida, Jackson County. He's moved all of these places. 6 of these residences were rental residences. He also shows a significant risk of fleeing, Your Honor, in his candor to the court. Your bond would be an order of the court to come back to court. Even in his own testimony, he was asked, have you ever been arrested? He said, no. Not even a misdemeanor? No. And then we pointed out twice he had, which it's not going towards his risk to reoffend, Your Honor, but it goes towards his lack of candor to the court. And it also goes to his no ties to the community. That was in Cobb County, Paulding County. He's all over the state, Your Honor. The next factor, no significant threat to the community. Your Honor, this was an attack on the community. This wasn't a domestic violence where you're attacking a specific person or a robbery where you're going after a specific thing. This was an attack on the community, which makes him a serious risk. There were 25 total charged victims in this case. The next factor, no significant risk of intimidating witnesses. Your Honor, the state is going to need to prove what happened in his household leading up to this shooting. The witnesses are going to be his wife, his 3 children. Those are our main witnesses in this case. And they're his. And so there's a significant risk of him intimidating or influencing these witnesses. Your Honor, we would ask that you not grant a bail in this case for those reasons. The court, if you do decide to set a bail under Jones versus Grimes of 2020, 219 Georgia 585 case, you can consider when setting the bail and the amount, the seriousness of the offense, and the penalty of those offenses. So if the court were to grant a bond, again, we're asking that you not, but if you were, he's charged with murder in the second degree, 2 counts. We would ask for the bond to be $100,000 per count, a total of $200,000. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts. We would ask that the bond be set at $75,000 per count for a total of $150,000. He's charged with cruelty to children in the second degree, 20 counts. We would ask the bond be set in the amount of $50,000.
All right, real quick, ASAP Rocky update. I just got this from Mel off of Twitter. All right, there will be no additional witnesses today. All right, if the jury does not believe that the gun was real, Rocky will be acquitted. So if the gun ain't real, the brandishing charge goes away and the shooting charge goes away. If the jury believes the gun was real, they can consider self-defense. So that is the last of it. Again, there is no court on tomorrow. Court is going to be back on Thursday at 9:30 a.m. I'm guessing, of course, that it's Pacific time. Which would be what, 9, 10, 11:30 our time. So I'm gonna leave this up for a minute so that everybody can see it. We'll wrap this bond hearing up.
Per count for a total bond of $1 million. And he's charged with reckless conduct, 5 counts. We would ask that the bond be set at $1,000 for a total of $5,000. So if the court were to grant bond, we would ask for an amount of $1,355,000 bond, which would be appropriate for the seriousness of these offenses. We would ask that you have no contact whatsoever with any of the witnesses in this case.
No, Your Honor, I think we've set out the criteria for setting a bond. We don't believe the state has proven any of the 4 elements that should keep them from getting a bond.
I'm gonna take I'll call it a 10-minute recess. Hopefully that's sufficient time, but we'll be in recess for 10 minutes or until I return. Thank you.
About 5 minutes ago, so they got 5 more minutes until they come back on that. Y'all, I found the opening argument for that trial, y'all. Okay. I want to hear what the argument is, y'all. I'm not even gonna fake it. So we got a lot going on. It's a busy day for us today. Don't get dizzy, but we about to switch over to listen to these opening arguments. I will let y'all know the outcome of the bond hearing. All right. So this is the Twisted Secret murder trial.
Your Honor, may it please the court.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walt Wilkins. Myself, along with Jake Hofreth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge. You're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. So we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case. We have the court reporter. She's very important. She is taking down everything that we're saying, recorded, so we can have a record of this entire case at its conclusion. And so that's what she'll be doing, and she'll also be marking exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits in which we will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review. This is Madam Clerk. She's involved with a lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit into the court. So she'll be handling all the exhibits that you will get to review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge up here. And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe. He gets to sit a little higher than the rest of us. And there's a reason for that, because he is the referee in this case. And he's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is. And when one of the parties has an objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong. And because there are rules in this courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, the rules are officiated by the judge to make sure that we maintain the rules and decorum in this courtroom and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you. As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what the facts are. And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You get to bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony that'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's presented in your deliberations. And you can see it along the way of how this case progresses. You'll hear different kinds of evidence. So the judge said, you hear direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. They're both very powerful pieces of evidence. They can be used in a way, any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw that person there. Circumstantial evidence can be just as powerful. For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and there are footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time, even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time. Very powerful circumstantial evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcell. And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did, in fact, murder Christina Parcell. You have a number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges, you have a burglary first-degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude into the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad. And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about a number of characters. The main character is Christina Parcell. She was murdered on October 13th, 2021. And she was living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister, Tina Parcell, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living in that neighborhood in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcell had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello since Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they had been battling custody over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood. So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello. And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, an effort to show that she's a bad mother. And as the custody dispute it elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first and murder. And the grand jury, true bill of these cases, they came out, and these are the charging documents. And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. He committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Now that was a short opening argument.
Thank you. Which is your right.
Y'all gotta tell me what y'all think. That was a very, very short opening argument. Like, he didn't go through any of his facts, like none of it. He said that, look, this man has basically inserted himself into somebody else's business and he killed this lady. I ain't lying, y'all. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this.
All right, Your Honor. The state calls Sarah Young.
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sarah Young,
Ms. Young, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the 911 tape research analyst.
And what is a 911 tape research analyst?
Essentially, we pull 911 calls for the solicitor's office and the officers.
And so how does 911 operate?
Essentially, when a 911 call comes into dispatch, dispatch determines whether or not which agency the caller is needing. So whether or not they need police, fire, EMS, they'll get information from the caller and they'll transfer them to the proper agency.
And are the calls recorded?
Yes.
And when do they begin recording the call?
Automatically. As soon as someone calls in a 911, it automatically starts recording.
So while it's ringing on, say, the caller's side, it's recording on your side?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? And do y'all maintain all of those records?
Yes, sir.
Inside the 911 office?
Yes, sir.
And are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those your initials on there?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is this?
That is a recording of the 911 call.
All right. I'm afraid, is this a recording of a 911 call on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And you have your records up there?
Yes, sir.
To help you remember?
Yes, sir.
It was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That it was.
So do you know about what time this call came in?
The call came in at 11 a.m.
At 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what number called it?
Yes, sir.
What number called it?
The number we have recorded is 864-436-2499.
And do you know who was calling? Does it tell you?
The caller did not give his name.
Did not give his name.
No.
And do you know what address that it was calling for?
Yes, sir. The address provided was 122 Canebrake Drive.
Do you know if that's in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, State's number 7 comes into evidence.
Now, the State would like to publish it.
What's the address of your emergency?
122 Canebrake Drive.
AJ Police Fire EMS.
I'm sorry? I think I might have a death.
Okay, let me connect you.
I walked in my fiance's house. She wouldn't answer my call. There's a very weird smell, and I can't get her to come around.
Okay, let me
Laid all over the floor.
let me connect you to EMS, sir. Hold on just a moment.
All right.
EMS Fire. What's the address of the emergency?
122 Canebrake Drive.
122 Canebrake Drive. And what's another street? Your Canebrake Drive.
I don't know, Southgate Drive.
Okay, in Greer.
Yes.
All right, the phone number you're calling.
I'm sorry?
The phone number you're calling from?
864-436-2499.
864-436-2499. And has anyone tested positive COVID-19 or been exposed to COVID-19 positive?
No.
No, I have a text message.
I just walked in, I can't reach my fiance, I came in the back door, she couldn't have been here. I smelled some weird smell, and she poured out on the floor.
Okay, you smell a weird smell and she's flat on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, just one moment. Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. You have something to put over her nose and mouth, and we're gonna start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think she's gone?
Yeah.
Okay, and what makes you think she's gone?
What about the taking the CPR?
I'm sorry?
What do I do? I don't want
Well, wait, we're gonna put her flat on her back, and then I'm gonna walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's, able to do the CPR, then we can. I have no problem walking you through that.
It looks like there's brain matter everywhere. Looks like there's something.
There's brain matter everywhere?
It looks like it's shot me back. I don't know.
Somebody has shot her? Okay, all right. All right, do you think that she's, not viable?
I don't know.
Okay, so tell me why you think she's dead.
So she won't respond.
Eyes are open? Okay, all right.
There's a lot of blood.
And a lot of blood, okay.
Yeah, anyway, the flowers, somebody must have come here. It's so lost when knocked off, it looks like in the hallway.
Okay.
But the smell is very.
Okay. All right, give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broke in and shot her in the head.
Me, I don't know.
Okay, I understand. Okay. I'm sorry, say it again. I've got some people coming, sir. Is, do you see anybody, still nearby at the sandwich or anything? No?
No.
All right. The front door was locked? Okay. Yes.
And then I came about and smelled this weird smell.
Right.
And I walked in, I could see there's like a wedding store.
Yes. Okay, I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll say exactly what to do next. Make sure to not, move anything, leave everything as it is.
Yeah.
And, if you can, go ahead and step out of the house, and that way, wait for the, paramedics and the police at the front of the house. Yeah, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yeah.
And then if they want to go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know, but I'd go back out the same way that you came in.
Okay.
And leave everything as you found it.
Yeah, I think it's gonna, I don't think it's gonna leave it on.
Yeah, it's okay, leave it, just however it is right now, just walk out, you can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off, but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing, really, really good smell.
Oh, really weird.
Yeah, almost, chemical.
Like a gas or a chemical? More like a gas smell?
No, it's more like something with just a pesticide.
A pesticide smell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front, of the house. Leave everything as it is. Is there anything else that I can do for you, sir?
No.
All right, I've got them all coming.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sir, this is the sheriff's office?
Is that the recording of your tree from 911?
Yes, sir.
Answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Cross-examination. No question, Your Honor. Thank you. All right. Ms. Young, stay.
Your Honor, we ask the witness be excused.
They be excused. Bye-bye.
Your Honor, the state would call Deputy Chris Robinson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Robinson,
And with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your current rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls,
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to the Canebrake neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911 and I responded to that address.
Where were you located when you got that call?
Pelham Road at the QT.
How far away is that to the Canebrake?
Couple miles, maybe.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you
Absolutely. Just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded a license siren.
So what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the
122 Canebrake?
That would be it, yes, sir.
And so what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Post. He was standing in the driveway. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, trying to figure out kind of what was going on. He told me that he arrived home or arrived to the victim's address when she wasn't answering her phone. So he said he went in the back door, it was unlocked, and that's where he located her. So at that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear. We went in the back door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor. It was kind of unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out, but we cleared the residence. I located Miss Parcell in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like there was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper, her face, her neck area.
All right, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna take you back a little bit now. When you get out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other. One, I think it was a Mercedes, was the back one. Not remember which one the first one was.
And where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Just like I said, the basic information about, or he came home and he couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so, your next item to do was to clear the house.
Correct.
And did you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have no idea what you're walking into.
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Miss Parcell.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly?
Correct.
That day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That has my body camera on it. I signed it there.
Those are your initials right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is this your body camera that you were wearing that day?
Yes, sir.
When you made a call to 122 Canebrake?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit A comes into evidence.
All right. Master Deputy, I'm going to show you this body camera, and we can start and stop it. I want you to kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you see as you're going through and you're clearing the scene with Officer Brookshire.
Yes.
So what is that there?
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene to 122 Canebrake.
All right, and so is that the first time you saw this location?
Yes, sir.
And are those the two cars right there that you can see the silver one in the front?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And there was a red one behind it, I believe. All right. Is that where you encountered Mr. Post?
Yes, sir, initially.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with. And we're just I'm getting basic information from him, kind of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw, and what.
Are you gathering information from Mr. Post?
Yeah, just basic information, try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now you have audio on your body camera, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay. So yeah, just basic information, trying to figure out, when was the last time he talked to her, things like that. I could see that he was, dressed nicely. He wasn't, there's nothing on him like where there's been a struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So it seemed like she was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here? The side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked, having good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the door being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and forth about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other is going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the purpose of clearing the house?
One, to secure any kind of evidence, and also make sure there's no one else inside. Maybe there are other victims or the suspect as well.
So where is Deputy Brookshire?
He's to my right. He's holding on. There's a hallway on the right side of the house.
So where did you just see right there?
Miss Parcells' body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcell?
Correct, in the front living room area.
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared kind of behind him up to him. And then we started clearing the bedrooms down the hallway. We're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point. So the big areas where somebody could hide.
Just continue to clear the house.
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out, we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
Now, are you corresponding with other officers outside the house as well about what's going on? Are you reporting back to anybody?
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point, getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
Is that the front door right there to your right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into.
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcell was located in. At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life. If we needed to render any kind of medical aid. Looking for any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't, she did it to harm herself too.
And then now are y'all exiting
the back door?
The back door. So it's about. So did you cut your body camera off about that time? Let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house.
Correct.
All right. Your body camera still continues to operate.
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that. And just waited on everybody else to show up.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of things?
Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out, just to keep the crime scene preserved the best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him, anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day. Sports coat, nice slacks.
You'll just answer any questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, please report. Just curious, Deputy Robinson, at the time this happened, were you a master deputy?
I was.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on scene. You testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments. Master Deputy Robinson, isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to the audio. The whole video and audio is in.
Overruled.
So, if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a Deputy Dan Bevel? You might know more about the situation. Is that true? Do you remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly.
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bevel as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with the victim before.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of the patrol car that day?
He was. You know, he was the first one to find her, so standard procedure just to kind of detain him until investigators could arrive to speak with him.
And at the time, isn't it true that well, strike that. 1 second here. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect? No redirection.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Bradley Post.
Can counsel approach real quick?
Draca, this is the Twisted Secret murder trial. This is South Carolina versus Zachary. I can't think of Zach's last name. Hughes. He's accused of killing a lady named Christina. Basically, the prosecutor just alleged that he was being nosy. So we are going to see what got us here. Prosecutor say he was in somebody's business way too far. Hey, Chloe.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment. I don't remember what she had at the time.
And does Christina have a daughter?
Yes.
And what is her name?
Aida Mello.
And did you get to know Aida Mello?
Yes.
And do you know who the father
Yes.
of Aida is?
Yes.
And who is that?
John Mello.
And were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she'd just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on in it?
Yes.
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Canebrake Drive.
Is that 122 Canebrake?
Yes.
And do you know who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcell?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to go to that house?
Yes,
And would Christina Parcell go to your house on Ravoy Lane?
yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus,
And who owned that car?
it was mine.
All right. Did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes,
And did Christina Parcell have a cell phone?
yes,
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
she had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. Yes,
Did y'all communicate
yes.
between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Cambridge?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcell have to go to Italy?
Yes,
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her
Yes.
child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the daughter and left the country.
Do you know about when that was? If you can't remember, it's not.
It was probably 6 months before April,
Okay.
whatever that works out to be.
Okay, and as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was located. She contacted her congressman and the State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to attain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes,
How did she do that?
through the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
And did Christina actually fly over to Italy?
Yes,
Do you know how many times?
twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations that help women like that.
Women obtain the return of their children who've been
That's correct.
taken abroad.
Yes,
And so did you emotionally support her? Are you involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
yes.
And so do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
April, May time frame of the year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview and
She is Christina Parcell?
yes, Christina Parcell had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was up. And she was. And then when she was driving to the interview, she called me and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple of minutes from her interview, and so she hung up.
As far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what did you do?
Generic things, common things around the house, had to clean up and do laundry and dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock, plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone?
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
How did you get there?
I drove my car,
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes.
Is it red?
Yes.
When you drove over there, where'd you park it?
In their driveway.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson, did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people
And the
there.
door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went through the front door. No, they might have gone to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter
Yes,
the house?
yes.
So you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so, what'd you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to, down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor, and right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway, there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room, and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her on her back, was there a lot of blood around the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
And when you called 911, what were you requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Nola was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
All right. Mr. Post, I'm going to show you some envelopes. I'm going to refer you sort of back to around June of that same year, 2021. And I'm going to show you some envelopes and ask you if you recognize these envelopes. And I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll start with Exhibit 1. I want to make sure the jury can hear me, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to stand this way. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again.
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes.
And the return address is a P.O. box. Whose P.O. box is that?
It's also my P.O. box.
And when about was it mailed to you?
June 30th. June 30th.
Did you receive other envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell this jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it, and did you receive other envelopes? Question.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious, with my return address. And I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Because of the contents inside.
Can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell. And if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 2. Is that a similar envelope as well?
Yes.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On States Exhibit 2, what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
And then I'm going to show you States Exhibit 3.
Yes.
Another envelope.
Yes.
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
Yes.
And what is the address on that?
I'm 24, it's 25. It was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house.
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that envelope?
Yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
I had known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does, I'd appreciate a call back.
And States Exhibit 5? Is that another envelope?
Yes,
And what is the address there?
my address.
And the return address is?
My P.O. box.
And States Exhibit 6?
Yes,
What address is that one?
it's 22, which is another neighbor.
So after you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
I talked to my attorney and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, we did with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office since they were sent through the mail.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes,
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
was to give them what we call evidence, or the things that we were sent, and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes,
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel
Mhm.
and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office. Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
yes,
And did you discuss who you thought might send them?
yes.
And who did you tell law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession of these photos?
We thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello?
That's John Mello,
Yes,
and that is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Ida Mello?
yes.
Now, finally, Mr. Post, I'm going to ask you, have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No,
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
no,
Have you ever corresponded him with, in any way, shape, or form, through email, social media, or the like?
no.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney set a meeting to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
For the murder of Christina Parcell?
That's correct.
And a couple more questions, Mr. Post. You and Christina Parcell were engaged.
Yes,
Did you give her a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October 13th, 2021?
Yes,
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before or that day?
no,
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
no.
Mr. Post, if you could just answer any questions that the defense counsel has for you.
Thank you, Honor.
So, Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing a ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, you don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes,
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
correct.
Get a ask you about some background questions about yourself. So how old are you?
69,
What is your date of birth?
12856,
And where are you from?
Ohio,
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the
Were you
time?
married?
Yes,
And how many times have you been married?
twice.
Do you have any children?
No.
How are you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so I was from my investments and interest.
And also from selling a business?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition? I mean, did you have millions of dollars?
It's actually relevant, Your Honor.
All right, so when did you actually meet Christina Parcell?
I met her at her father's cigar shop. Gosh, I can't, 20 years prior.
And you actually dated for a period of time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple of weeks and that was it.
And why did you all break up at that time?
It just, wasn't chemistry and we both had other things to do.
All right, and then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Had you seen her much in the years between?
No.
Had you seen her at all?
Prior 10 years, no, I didn't even hear her name.
And then you began dating at this time. Now, Parcell, Ms. Parcell had a daughter at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
You've already testified her name was Aida. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how old was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
Okay. And she gave up custody of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Mellon? Correct?
I knew of him because I was told, but no, prior to him coming, no, I didn't.
Prior to meeting or getting back together with Ms. Parcell, you did not?
Correct.
know Mr. Mellon. Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times would you say you broke up?
I really don't know many,
Okay, more than 5?
maybe not. Somewhere I never counted it.
And that was at least in part because of the turbulence that was caused by the custody battle between Ms. Parcell and John Mellon?
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center of her life, so it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There's multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. And how long had you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcell and Aida were living with her sister, Tina, on Canebrake Drive.
That's correct.
Okay, where did they live before that?
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
Okay, and the 3 lived together there too?
Yes.
And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
Lived there alone. I guess there was one exception then when Ms. Parcell moved in with you from October 20 until Aida returned?
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
Okay. When did you and Ms. Parcell get engaged?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. And did you remember getting engaged at least for the second time at the airport, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcell returned with Aida?
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents. Some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay, and this was the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay, when Ms. Parcell returned from Italy with Aida?
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcell use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken, or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bill sometimes?
Sometimes.
You actually gave her a credit card of your own?
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to have power of attorney over her bank account at the Bank of Travelers Rest?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney?
I don't recall it.
Now, you had a clone of her phone as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You could see her incoming and outgoing emails and texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see. It was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you would use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on it. So the clone phone was for keeping track of what she was doing with her.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. So like I said, she had two phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of thing?
You know, call, text, email.
Okay, do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal.
Chloe, I miss you.
Knowing that her future, with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen. And so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Okay. And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of Aida a few months after y'all started dating?
Yes.
And she gave up custody to John Mello?
That's correct.
And then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody, correct?
Yes.
And around how old was Aida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody?
No, when I think you already told us that Aida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
Yes.
How old was Aida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time. I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello?
Yes.
Now, when John Mello took Aida to Italy, testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar and work backwards, but yeah.
And you mentioned that when she finally came back, it was in April
Yes.
of 21.
Yes.
And they were in the Canebrake house at that point?
I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the Canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that?
Afterwards.
Right.
But not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crimes.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Purcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. he was
Has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
He was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Isn't that true?
Ask your question again.
Your Honor, objection is outside the scope of his knowledge.
This is what they were asking. So John Mello had custody of Aida when he took her to Italy.
Yes. That doesn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, you know, the court's exonerated him for that.
But you know that the Hague Agreement returned her.
Well, I'm talking about in South Carolina. So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcell spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
The context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain the answer if you need to.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay. And then at that point is when Ms. Parcell took all the steps that you talked about trying to get her to go back. Correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills. And I know you had an agreement where she was going to eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
Sometimes when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks.
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
And Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time.
Yes,
And then the second time she went back by herself.
correct.
And that's when she returned with Aida. And then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages. So, State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right?
I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest.
Okay. And this was mailed to your house. And there also were some that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right?
I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning.
Okay. Well, that was sent first, but where was the other one sent that was intended for you?
To my neighbors and to a place that I frequented.
Okay, and that was a cigar bar called Outlands?
Yes.
The contents of that have been described, you described as photographs of Ms. Parcell.
Yes.
And you said they were naked photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there?
I think there was like a potential mailing list of where else it was being sent, like a threat.
And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website purportedly from her?
I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was.
Okay. And it's a website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion?
I don't know.
Did you not look at it at that time?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when?
What are you referring to her past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using.
We're talking about the website.
Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures.
That was what you were told.
That's what I was told.
Okay. Well, the website doesn't have pictures associated with it, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Did you read the contents of it?
No.
Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package that was sent?
Because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her.
Come here, be a part. Sure.
All right, y'all. We are at our natural stopping point. Y'all know I gotta go pick up my girl from school. So tomorrow we will be back. We will continue to watch this case because I think this case is interesting. This is the Twisted Secret murder trial, which is South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. Again, we're gonna pick this back up on tomorrow morning, and we get to start early. So we're gonna start at let me check the calendar. Let me check the calendar for y'all. Well, I got a busy morning at work tomorrow. I really do. Let's do 9. Okay. I'll kick us off at 9. All right, we'll be back at 9. Yeah, it's stores photos, Chloe. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. Queen says, let's do 9. All right, Ash. We're going to start at 9 tomorrow. And we're going to watch this trial. Wait a minute. All right. What you want us to wait on? And then Rocky is going to be back on Thursday at 11:30 Central. So we should get through a good portion of whatever went on today. And maybe a little bit of what goes on tomorrow in this trial. 9 my time or your time? What time you in? If you're a part of the Taylor Gang, drop your Taylor Gang emoji in the chat right now. I gotta get back to the channel so I can drop one too. Drop your. Oh man, so we had 102 votes for yes, but we only got 90 likes on the live. Y'all played me today. But it's all right though. I live to see another day. I'll live to see another day. Oh, nah, Queen. Okay, you Pacific. So that's 11 my time. I'm probably gonna start a little bit earlier than that. I'll start no later than I can start at 11. That's cool. Yes, Chloe girl. We got Taylor Gang emojis over here now. Okay. We got a few of them. We got free the jury. We've got a justice one. We've got a guilty, not guilty, a 403 waste of time. We got sauce. So, this is a special one for D Woods because I always turn up the speed and he always asks, do you got some sauce on that? So we've adopted that here in the Taylor Gang. And now we say, add some sauce, too much sauce. So we got our emojis for that. We also have thank you stickers. We got too much. And then for the ASAP Rocky trial, we got the Mario coins. Excuse me. Yeah, we got the Mario coins. Every time Lewin, I gotta sneeze. Every time Lewin dropped the fine. So we're getting creative and we're having fun over here. Just trying to do a little something for our members. So yes, y'all, just so y'all know, Justice for Jay Lee. Y'all know we watched that first trial. We're also going to be watching the next trial. Hopefully they get some coverage in there and we can watch the next hearing. So today, today, Timothy Harrington Jr., I think his name is Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. was actually indicted for the murder of Jay Lee, and he has an additional charge of tampering with evidence. Now, we believe it got something to do with that duct tape. Thank you, Cindy. And I'm going to drop my video today. I'm actually going to record that today, Jen. I don't know if Jen's still in here, but Jen, I'm going to record that video today because I feel like we got enough for a 1-minute recap. I think we got enough now. All right. The next court hearing for him is going to be on next Friday, February the 21st. And if it is streamed, we will watch it. Yes. We will watch it. We will watch it. Chloe is hilarious, y'all. She said if there's a flash sale, hit the like button, then head over to the merch store for your Really Rugs They come in black and blue. They're going fast. Get your Relly rugs. The way Relly can lie. That way Relly can lie in your home too. All right. That's your birthday, Brittany. I did not know that was your birthday. That's Samaj's birthday. Samaj's birthday is February 21st too. I did not know that, girl. Girl, check you out. Nah, I'm never gonna forget it. I'm never gonna forget it. Yes, I'm gonna do the 1 minute recap on J League today. I'm gonna do it today. I have a slew. My number one pick for law school is having a thing tonight that I'm attending because I've attended every single thing that they've put on. So I know they tired of seeing my name, but they're having like a part-time student thing. I don't know if I want to be a part-time student, but in the event that I choose to be one, I want to go and learn a little bit. I think one of the teachers may be teaching a class online. Not sure, but I'm going to be there tonight at 6 my time. So I will be doing the recap before then and posting it. I don't know, y'all. I feel like I need to switch up my TikTok content, but we might not even have TikTok that long. Like our little 90 days is coming to an end. But let me get out of here. I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good day. And Brittany, I'm finna text you. I'll see y'all later. I'm from St. Louis.